catalyst, something happens, and then you wake up in the day, and then there's not like it's just pretty much you're missing out on some buyers somewhere, a big portion, and then it messes up liquidity, and then the lack of liquidity causes a massive waterfall effect of people reacting. Mm. 4234. You can't subscribe. Wife got you. I need some time. It's okay. Don't worry, baby. Don't worry. You subscribe to the channel. You like the video. You got good vibes. You treat the Chads with respect. It's way better than $4.99, my friend. $5.99. I don't know if they inflationed you or not. Yeah, and everything's been good since Ackman, unfortunately. Even Euro close, it don't even feel like we have anything in the way, but that's still the story, not to mention just the little bits of minor escalation over the weekend, earnings, a couple of good regionals, and then, again, back to Bill Ackman. Have I put the positions on screen ever again? No. I have not since last year. And then you guys got a members-only ban before we even had that opportunity. This Monday, Ackman talking at Open. Last Monday, we had BlackRock. Whatever. Last time, we gapped up, though. So last Monday, the bonds gapped up, and we felt good the whole day like today, and then we just died every other day. But now this time, we gapped lower. We felt worried, and then that turned into a buy off of Ackman. I don't know if Michael Burry closed it. He's still in it. Just remember he was wrong on Netflix. His Netflix play was surprising, but even the bond play, again, you don't really hear about Bill Ackman in bonds usually. He's been making a lot of comments lately, so we'll see. Thanks for never switching up on the chat and keeping memberships inflation-free. I don't know if YouTube may have raised them, but we've kept it OG from day one, baby. God bless you. Oh, no. Mr. PNC, baby. And good call out today. They raised them. I think it was $4.99. They went it to like $6.99. I think that's what some people said, but I don't know. We've never made the switch because I do. People out there, they be charging like $20, $50 for these YouTube memberships. YouTube be trying to tell me to add more plans and like start charging y'all. I'm like, I'm good, man. I'm good. You still got $4.99. Your luck. Just because somebody took profit does not mean the rodeo is over. I agree, 100%. That's why, I'll take it, but I'm still very skeptical because that's a long path. There is a long way moving forward. God bless, baby. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, my friend. And like I said, man, any of the chats, don't ever trip on anything. I mean, the best thing you could do, contribute, treat other chads with respect, and be in the game. And get a long-term, too. That'll make sure your commitment is fruitful. Intel still holding. Airbnb. God bless Chatatonia. TSM. I can't type. Qualcomm, AMD, Richard Luis, baby. Oh, the man, the myth, the legend. Always show up. Richard, you've been showing a lot of love, man. God bless you. Horna. I wasn't hitting the other horn in the morning. I wasn't even giving you guys warnings. I was just blasting it. He started off on Monday. My long term is down. I'm late in the game, and I'm depressed these days, but I'm lucky I'm still alive and kicking. Trust me, man. I mean, ask any depressed Chad from end of last year. This time last year, it was worse. It sucks because, like trading-wise, I could see that, and, like, we've even taken L's on the long term, but, like, we still have a lot of year-to-date gains on the long term, but, like, overall, don't even matter whether you started early, late, or not. The long-term plan will always prevail. I promise you. You're going to have good plays, you're going to have bad plays, but in the long run, bro, you're going to prevail. And literally, it was sad. Last year, it felt a lot worse. The numbers were way lower. Like, again, our long term was at a much lower price just from lack of gains, everything just going out the window. But it was just, I saw people selling out. People said the same thing, but it was like, it's crazy to think just a couple months later, it's not going to be good. So there's a time to cry, and there's a time for joyfulness. There's a time to plant. There's a time to harvest. So don't ever forget that. But I'm telling you, the time is of the essence. So the longer you hold, the less risky it will become. So use that to your advantage. People were selling their LT. Yeah. I don't know, bro. I had people, it was very sad, and it got to the point. I said, do what you have to do. I said, if that's what you want to do, go ahead. I said, I can't stop you guys at this point. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're losing your money, it's going down, and you're going to feel scared about it, and it's this, I cannot stop you. I'm telling you my plan, what I plan on doing, but I understand everybody goes through certain stuff, but if you do not need to sell that long term, I would never sell it. But it's at the same time, a lot of people at the lows of last year got really, really panicked. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just what it was. So many humbles. October was dirty. Don't make the mistake. Put your long term on margin. That'll make it where you can't hold it. Yeah. This was the meta below 9. It was like meta, but it was like right after meta where the market was like still trying to bounce, but it was still kind of rough. So like we were like in here. So like every down day, you know what I'm saying? And then it was even the end of the year, bro. I'm telling you. Even up until the end of the year, you had that MDT gets approval for extravascular defibrillator. Might be old. They're up 0.08. No reaction so far. I agree, but at some point, isn't the longer holding worse because the biggest companies in the world don't exist? No. I mean, again, Amazon, Eli Lilly, that's so for every one name that's gone, but I am not I'm not here to go over whether or not like you believe in the long term or to play the weird little devil's advocate game. It's simple. You own assets or you don't. You hold for 10 years minimum or you don't. If you want to try to, like we said, if you want to try to navigate the market and do it in a way where you use all of your genius to figure it out, you can. But the dead guys are the ones who outperform. Buy, set, and forget. Have one set for assets. Do all the timing shit and sell and buy and sell and hide. Do that for trading. But at the end of the day, I mean, there's many ways with examples and counter examples. But I hope at this point you just look at the fact that most of the wealth in the world, the largest wealth, has been created from holding stocks. Again, and it is the names, and a lot of the names you see every day, they've been around and in families for 50 and 100 years now at this point. Warren Buffett, he sold some of his stuff, but no, never fully. Again, man has assets that you've held. I mean, one day, this is the goal for all of you. Try to have at least something that you've held for 10 years minimum. That's all. Until you could do that in a weird way, you're still kind of a puppy. But you got to really think of that. What have you held for 10 years of your life? Until you do that, then there's no like that is the game changer, and that's like the whole concept when you go and see these assets and hold for that amount of time. That's where the wealth is generated from. But most people never make it to that point. Most people never get to that point because they either manage their broader finances and sell out, or they sell out trying to time the market, do all of that type of stuff. Just treat it like a savings. If you don't believe in the LT, then you just have a bank. I guess getting bonds true. But like I'm saying, though, just don't overcomplicate the simplest strategy in the world. What the hell? Flights at China's Shenzhen airport disrupted by flying object? That's weird. Again, Gavin Newsom is going to China today. What would you tell someone starting out in their mid-40s in terms of investors? The same thing. You're a little older, but, I mean, God willing, you should have another 20 years under your belt. And again, a lot of people even start late too, but even then, we've had a lot of chads share their stories about, kind of getting in the game later, but like savings, a budget, getting in the long term. I mean, those things are all life changers, but you still have more than enough time to build a very good financial future. Don't get greedy. We're not talking about trading. I mean, that's the whole thing. I'm telling you to eliminate greed from the whole equation. Don't look at the prices going up and down. Who cares? What do you own? That's what I'm saying. Get 10 years under the belt before changing your mind. Again, get 10 years before determining something was good or bad. How do you know if something was good or bad? You could say a lot of different things, but ultimately it is time. That is what we're looking for. But you want that ownership. It's not about being in profit, being in loss. It's not about getting sad when you're down, getting excited when you're up. It is about knowing that you own a stake in these companies, that you own equities, and that with enough time, if these things can mature, you should be able to determine a good or a bad investment off of that. Well, yeah, that's why I'm saying I'm not telling you to focus on money. I'm telling you to focus on walking away 10 years from now, owning a set of companies that are all quality, that are good companies, that are a part of it. Do not get caught up with how much money you are making or not. This is why they say you should want an adequate gain. I just want a company that's going to do what they say they're going to do and then do it for 10 years at a rate of that allows them to keep in the game and still doing it. But we are talking about long-term portfolios and holding to that point. Again, pretty much how this conversation started and as we go through is that even from last year, there's a lot. Do you guys not realize there is so many opportunities to take you out of holding for 10 years? I think you've already experienced it. Yes or no? Right? Every drop, every event now, inflation, you watch one company up, you make some bad plays, you want to get the good ones. It's like every day you are tempted with an opportunity to get you to part with your stocks. So it's like that's why the whole general idea, what we need to accomplish is being able to hold. Wells Fargo ousted from Texie Mooney deals on energy policy. Shenzhen Airport says flights are back to normal. But the long term. But like I'm saying, though, too, I mean, that's my plan. That's my strategy. It's been used by literally millions of people. I'm not saying just the people I shared it with. Just this is a plan that came before me. But at this point, I am saying, like, figure out what you guys need to do. I mean, I said it last year. I'm never going to try to fight you to stay into something. You know what I'm saying? I will succumb to whatever your desire is, because that's the name of the game. It is your finances. It is your money. So you guys got to be able to make that determination on your own. And if you have a way to do things and you want to do it, feel free to, but just understand it deviates from the strategy. That's it. And if it does, I mean, whatever happens after that, there's no guarantee of what is pretty much offered for the long term. Are rates affecting your job? Disney Hasbro partnership. Disney's up a little bit. I feel like Hasbro might move more. Yeah, Hasbro is popping off of that. Disney, not so much. Snap on the high still again. Snap is back to the guidance level. Again, they have earnings. Wait, isn't Snapchat tomorrow? SMG or FNC. I think once we know what's going to happen with like oil and all of that, we'll be able to make a better play on them. For now, I'd kind of wait. It's like your second year. Only buy it whole, baby. Let's go. Snap. Snap is up because of last week there's a guidance leak about full year numbers, so they're just back up to that price. Other than that, it's going to be about their advertising numbers, and then people are going to use them as a sympathy for young Meta. Fun fact, most of the vapes and juices all come from Shenzhen. Wow. Bro, Palant, I think went from red to green real quick. Amazon, Nvidia going up now. Amazon's up 1.3. Nvidia's up 3.5. And then SPY's working its way up. It's been about 36 minutes since Euro close. We went a couple points higher, couple points lower, and now you're back to like 1-2 points within the high of the day. 1.2 now. So let's see. Important Yellen and bond day dates for the rest of the year. Oh, yeah, you guys should save these. So 10-year auction, November 1st, and then November 8th. 20-year auction, November 16th, November 20th. And then 30-year auction, November 1st, November 9th. So are those all, that's for the end of the year? There's nothing else December? Or is that just for November? It could be the same dates, but that's actually important. Microsoft into the highs. The Intels, those are going up. Yeah, the Intel earnings play actually went up. Bro, we would have got 40%. I had to pay 12, but I should have got it at 10. They were little scammers. Yeah, 30 or the 20. The 20-year was the one that really fucked us last time. And then, but again, I think even just surprising, because the last 20-year bond auction, the other bond auctions were bad, but it was just kind of the overall trend and then mixed in with everything else. So we'll see, but still, the name of the game is gently and slowly. We got to get to the point of having the bonds actually showing us they're not going to die every week. Dow, 2 standard deviation. Let's see. Do they report this week? Assuming they report this week, 48.67, 17, I'd say 189 minus 30. So 150, about $3 top and bottom. So 45. Yeah, these are cheap. All of them are meeting. Every earnings I've met has met this criteria, so be careful now. And then 51 the call. But yeah, I don't think they move a lot. I think that's why it's so cheap, but 2 standard deviations are like $20, $15. Those are the last big ones. Everything else short funding, but nothing in December. So then that's it. The calendar goes dry for December. If that's the case, that will be even bigger. But if we got to deal with December, we're very finicky market. We pay attention to the auctions and then we don't. Amazon. ARK is going up. I'm still shocked those betas did not go up. That's wicked. And then 12:09 Eastern. 9:09, not bad. We're getting through the day. AIRE halted, and then Inovio unhalted. Volume, 38 million by hour, less than hour number 3. You're actually not doing that bad. Am I sitting with my chest to the sun? I am. I had to even adjust my microphone because I'm trying to make sure I keep my chin higher. So I had to push my microphone back. Amen. We didn't do push-ups yet, did we, huh? We'll wait 20 minutes, but get ready. I'm ready to do some shoulder stretches. This is ghetto standard deviation. So I'm extrapolating. So usually, almost every time, whatever is priced in on the option chain is usually one standard deviation. So by doubling it up and going out, I'm doing a rough estimate, but I have calculated the math before. You come in pretty close. It's all extrapolation. So usually what's priced in is one standard deviation. You double it, give it to the next person. If it's below $50, $60, it's usually a good deal. Jan 1st. Then no, it could be. If that's all for the end of the year, that's going to be wild. But then again, but then think about what that's saying. After November, no bond auctions until the end of the year. That might clear up a lot of the pressure. Yeah, we're just holding 42.40. Again, these are both levels and bounce, where you crashed into and bounced from on Friday. Standard deviation is just the statistical expected move. So this is a concept from statistics. It's built off of math. I mean, you could go watch the original video. It's called How I Turned $160 into $2,000 on Tesla. And I go over all of this, but it's telling you if you took a random sample of events, what would happen every time. So one standard deviation is saying that this is what will occur. Most samples would fall into this category of moving like this or so. So just a general mathematical probability of what should happen over and over and over again if you repeated the same sort of concept. Doubling, give it to the next person. Amen. But we saw this come up a lot last earnings, literally a couple months ago, and even this month, we made some big plays on it. We had a couple thousand percenters. Even some of you, even if I didn't play it, you used what I showed you, and you made a good move off of it. So it's just something to help give you an idea of looking at the contracts and what you think they're worth and all that. Do I have permission to use your quote? It's up and down, and it sounds like progression. I mean, assuming it's not used inappropriately, yeah. Why not? What's up, Gage? How you living, baby? Good morning. Hey, yo, Duolingo. Remember they had bad news on Friday or Thursday. They came up. 10-year, what? Marvel's Spider-Man 2 video game breaks 24-hour PlayStation Studio selling record. Why? Why is everybody buying Spider-Man? No shit. Is that going to be the most played game? Even more than, what's it called? Even more than Roblo? Because Roblo was like top 3. No, it's a Spider-Man video game. What? Yeah, you guys are all like, it's the best game ever. It'll be game of the year. What? Whoa. I didn't even hear about this. Maybe I've been playing too much 2K. Dang, bro, that's crazy. I kind of want to see this now. Play it? You want me to play like the game, or you want me to play like a trailer? But dude, that's actually a wild stat. The first Spider-Man. No, they're talking about the game, bro. The game, not the movie, which is weird. I'm interested, and I bought one game in the last 5. No way. Why? You can't have your big man playing Spider-Man. Oh, I'm the big man now, huh? You like that? I went from small forward. Mikey played like 3 games of me hitting triple doubles as a center. Now he's like, that's my big man. That's not my president, but that's my big man. Right there. Any chance CVM will hit $3 today? Oh, I don't know. Oh, this is already up 70. I don't even know why it's running, so I'm going to have to look a little bit. But, we call these a game of musical chairs, especially as of late. I mean, if the music keeps going, it could go wild. If it's a biotech, if you get the right market stance, you could do it. So what do they have? They released 5-year head and neck cancer survival increased from 45 to 73, cutting risk of death in half. That sounds very good, actually. That's biotech cancer drug efficacy. Maybe they might be able to run up, actually. That one's actually surprisingly very... that doesn't sound like a pump until they actually add more shares. That one could be interesting. So possibly, I don't know about putting a $3 target. You were close to it, but that news, it still applies to musical chairs, but that's better news than not. Yeah, that sounds actually really good. And Nvidia's coming up still. Socks out. Keep an eye on CVM. That one's going to be, but again, if it's just low liquid, easy to get trapped on that, but also if that one gets exciting, it could be fun. Let's see. Oh, where is the dollar? Dollar is still down, 29.74. That's better than not, but bonds and the market are calming down here a little bit, starting to chill out. Microsoft's still going. Intel's still running. Again, I think that was the best contract on the day. The ARCs are still up. The Intels did good, actually. Bro, the Intels are up for 30% already. So the Intel contracts actually worked. Everything else was kind of borderline. Microsoft's up, but you lost more on the puts. And then Meta, even though we hit the bottom, you're still down a little less, though, now. You're only down 10% on Meta. City dying. Well, Snapchat had really good numbers the other day. They're going to come into earnings tomorrow, and hopefully they could confirm it. But that little leak of the Snapchat numbers had a lot of people excited. GOCT. Okay. $210 puts on what? Tessie? I can't believe how Tesla even moved today. That was already wild. SPY downside watch. Yeah, Citi, I have it here. I mean, watch all the other banks. If they're all coming down, yeah, this is no good. So maybe this is what it upsets the bond market here. So essentially, if we have an issue with any of those regionals, again, Bill Gross was saying some stuff too, how that plays out could be very interesting. Coca-Cola, Dow, How earnings, two standards both ways for the weekly. That's good. As long keep it in check, we're going to see. But there's a lot of opportunities, and then even after tomorrow's earnings, they're going to run up. But so far, I mean, what we learned today, kind of a little awkward. Again, Intel earnings play did good. Every other one, even if we bottom ticked it, that volatility kind of got in the way of it. That's a cool question. You said an NFT question. Does anybody know if you can mint an NFT where all the NFTs are coded, so each must be for sale at all times, no expectations? So you can't just hold it without the risk of someone buying it. I do. That's crazy. Seems very interesting, but I don't think there's any asset in the world that you're forced to sell. If that makes so, that's what it sounds like. So you're saying that it has to all be up there. Panera IPO, that's the crazy part. Are you ready? Did you know that Panera used to already be a publicly traded company? So I used to hit 1,000% options on Panera earnings. I used to love playing Panera stock. But believe it or not, all the way up until like 2016, I believe, Panera was public. So I don't know if they are going to IPO. It would probably be the company that bought them and took them private. I don't know if it was like Bain or somebody. I've heard they bought like the Kroger people too, I think. Somebody just bought them out. They took the company, they paid for it, bought it out, revamped the menu and some other stuff, and then that was about it. Used to be. All right, do you want me to tell you then? I don't want to listen. How many likes? I'll blow up this spot right now. Let me get my 1,000, bro. I'm just looking for a dub. Just 1,000. Give me a stick. What other slang terminology can I use to explain 1,000 likes? Do you lose money if they go public to private? Not unless you get compensated good for it. Usually, I think they did. They just get bought out, kind of like Twitter. Everybody got paid shares, and then Elon owns it now, and it's no longer public. And then he could sell it whenever he wants. AMD is the FPGA solution provider for IBM's AI interface platform, providing new growth drivers for 2024. Chinese source need confirmation. See if the stock actually moving. AMD is kind of moving on that. So that headline, El Coyote says needs confirmation on that. Mm. Let's see. AMD. And then SPY got a little bit. MasterCard too. Remember they had earnings last week. I see a Ryzen press release. That's a couple days ago. I'm not seeing that yet, but we'll see. And then NATO Stoltenberg looking forward to welcoming Sweden. All right, are you ready? I'm going to tell you. All right, Troy has that AMD news. So that's getting more confirmation. Same Asian source, it looks like. IBM's kind of moving. But now, it's related to Panera. I'm about to put you on game. Are you guys ready? Panera got the best breakfast. I don't know if these are new. They sold out of them the other day. That's why I don't want to even tell y'all. Because I don't like to eat breakfast a lot. But when I do, if I want one of these and they sold out, bro, no, I'm not capping. I'm going to go order it right now. Fuck that. I'm going to DoorDash this shit. Fuck you. I'm going to go get it right now. Bro, I'm telling you, it's like an Asiago like sausage thing. And then there's like a spinach and bacon souffle. Bro, I'm telling you, that souffle go hard. If y'all ain't never had a souffle, bro, have that Panera souffle. And I don't get paid to tell you this. I don't even want to tell you because I don't want supply chains to make me run out of them. It's so good, bro. Order me some, I'll tell you. Too late, y'all. You were doubting it beforehand. I said I'm going to buy it for me instead. You should have opened with that. That would have got you. I was down. Okay, I just ordered it. That's going to be my post-philo lunch. I'm down. Oh, I do need to make a call, though, today. I have to, call TD Ameritrade during hours. So maybe that'll be press secretary. Let's see. That Putin news, which one? There's a couple things in the morning, but I don't think Putin is not. Sadly, Bill Ackman is more important than Putin today. Off-duty pilot arrested for allegedly trying to crash U.S. passenger plane before being subdued by crew. What? Is this old? Or did that just happen? Or is this like an update on... Because I can't find that one, but... Putin reportedly found on cardiac arrest. Yeah, I don't have even a slight word on that, but we could see. Because usually you'll hear headlines, but I don't know if that Putin news is true. World Court to hold public hearings on legal consequences arising from Israel occupation of Palestine territory in February 2024. Yeah, this shit's fucked up. So, like, if you look for it, I have news from like 4 days ago, and then 2 days ago, and then like a week ago, and then there's articles coming out now, but nothing like legit, like no official news sources, just like articles about it. But so there's people talking about Putin cardiac arrest thing, but I don't know if it's like it still seems kind of meh. And now it's the 30, baby. Let's get it. It's push-up time. I need to get me some good stretches. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, you've been here for about, what, 2.5, 3.5 hours? We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm. Anything but get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good, huh? Wow. That's what you got to do. Then chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you. The market's going up. The bonds are going up. Your chest should be going up to the sun now. Have that good posture. Stop mangling your spine. Then relax the jaw. Go. Now breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath and go. They stopped selling breakfast at 10 a.m. Eastern. Where? Well, yeah, I mean everywhere. It's 9 o'clock for me. I got it in time. I got it in time, bro. I got it in time. But yeah, let's go, baby. Move around. Get the body. I'm going back to the stretches. I hope I don't worsen out the rotator cuff, but we'll see. SPY still up. CRM, they got a downgrade. They're up today. The World Court. They said, we will deal with this war next year. 2024. Sound good, Habibi. Yallah. There you go. We're doing good. I'm still doing my workouts. These things hurt, though, bro. These are like little like hand workouts, and they hurt. Don't worry. You're good. Okay, it doesn't hurt as bad, but my shoulder still clicks. Making progress, Chad. Making progress. Okay, what's the other one? Oh, I got to do the back touching thing. That one's hard. Goldman went downgraded 175. Yeah, and then remember, Bill Ackman sold them off too. But a lot of people did. Everyone hated Netflix. So, like, even, you know how much people hate Netflix? I'll tell you how much people hate Netflix. People don't even bring up when we bought it. That's how much they hate Netflix. Like Meta, they're like, oh, $90. Wow. And people, but Netflix was so hated that even then, even now after being up like 150%, you still have a lot of people who don't even like care about it. Like it's still kind of in like disbelief that it did what it did after that. But again, just a lot of people don't really like it. man. One more set and we'll be done. Hopefully you got good push-ups in. Nice Monday. I mean, we're halfway through the day almost, so, I mean, time is flying. TLT is doing good. It's up 1.5 now. That's about 2.5%, I would say, on the day, bottom to top, but it's, man, a lot of work. So we still have to deal with just pull it out. Again, we're below the highs on the bonds, which is good. Again, you are now falling. Is this the gilt? So, yeah, now you're below. You're at the second high. If we could go below this one, get below those 2 points, that's better than not, but you could see how we kind of hugged into it leading into this week. All right, push-ups out the way. Good workout. The arm kind of hurts a little bit. That's good. Oh, whoa. Okay. So this gets good. Oh, yeah. Oh, Chad, we have a problem. Oh, yeah. It's crazy, though. What happened? We rallied, though, last time. That sucks. We got a big and a bad signal right now. Again, it should be higher, and I've told you about this. Shout out to Mr. Malone. But you've heard this. Dude, the Naira. The Naira is going absolutely insane today. So it's finally starting to hit. They just had another surprise weakening. Again, anytime the Naira weakens, it is a problem. But like I said, in June, it had a big one. Market was kind of low, but that was SVB. And then the only other times was like April and then 2020, bro. But for the most part, the Naira is higher, but that's not a good signal. That's another global currency getting clobbered, tied to oil, and then usually they move the puck ahead of time. That's the Nigerian currency. It's a weird one. It's a very, very weird one. It's at 1,000, though. It says 800. We've talked about this. That's why it's interesting how it's showing up now. But for the most part, we are trying to figure out, what's going on with it. Like, it's usually when it moves big, we have a problem. But last time it moved really big, the market rallied, which kind of made it weird. But for the most part, maybe with Bill Ackman and other people are getting worried about imminent slowdown. I mean, the Naira shooting up like that, yeah, we're probably going to have a big problem with oil or something else. I do not have Bloomberg, no. They have, I don't know if they banned me, that's what I like to say, but they've refused to renew my contract. So, borderline banned. Oil new lows. SPY's even working its way up. Bonds are going up. Like I'm telling you, any higher from here on TLT or lower on the bond yields, we're going to fall below the October levels there. Is it oil instability? Usually it is. That's it. Naira, they have a lot of other problems that are leading to the currency. Like it could be that, again, the protest and all of that. But for the most part, usually when they move the currency, it's just based off oil. 99 times out of 10. What do you think would trigger World War III? Iran and Saudi Arabia going against Israel. All right, new high on the SPY. 42.42, about to hit 42.43. I mean, maybe we get up to 42.50, 42.60 will be better, and then we'll see if we fill the gap or not. Alaska pilot just shut down plane engines mid-flight. So is that legit? That's interesting. So some other people are getting a report on that. Remember, we just had that headline. We weren't able to confirm it, but yeah, Alaska airline flight diverts after jump seat passenger attempts to disable engines. Was diverted to Portland after a jump seat passenger inside the cockpit attempting to disable the aircraft engines. Alaska Flight 2059, operated by Horizon from Everett, Washington, diverted on Sunday after the report of a credible security. It's always out of Everett, Washington. Remember that one guy jacked the plane? Wasn't that at the same location? The Federal Aviation Administration told airlines in a notice seen by Reuters, an individual sought to disable the engines on the Embraer 175 regional jet by deploying the fire suppression system, and added the crew was able to subdue the individual and remove him from the flight deck. I'll just give you a heads up. We got a guy that tried to shut the engines down on the cockpit. The pilot told FAA Air Traffic Control. It doesn't sound like he's causing an issue at the back. I think he's subdued. We want law enforcement as soon as we get on the ground and parked. A 44-year-old man was booked on 83 counts of attempted murder and endangering an airplane, according to Multnomah County Sheriff. The Seattle Times identified the passenger as an off-duty American Airlines pilot. Yeah, so that one was legit. You flew out of Seattle yesterday on Alaska? That could have been you, dog. Yeah, the barrel roll guy. Wasn't that Everett, Washington? Like, dude, I feel like a lot of weird things happen out the Washington airport. Yeah, is the jump seat in the cockpit, or is it the one like right next to it? That's so weird. Why did he want to, because the one guy in that same area, I don't know if you remember that, there was a flight, and one of the maintenance crew, he literally stole a plane, and he just took off with it and stole it and flew it around, did barrel rolls, and then he killed himself. It was literally he just was talking about things in life and all of that, but, usually it's like, in this case, I wonder what his goal was. I mean, that's very weird. That was at SeaTac. Yeah, okay, maybe it was. This one was Everett. I thought it was the same airport. So I'm like, no way. You got all these weird events coming out here. It's 30 minutes north of SeaTac and the Boeing headquarters, too. Interesting. Tech. Oh, yeah, dying. T-Tech. T-T-E-K. Tetra Tech. Down 2.2. It's not loading up the candle. Should be in the low 150s. No, the Putin thing, that there's reports of that over the last couple days. It's kind of weird. Bitcoin broke 31. Again, there was that news that your boy Michael Saylor is back up on his position now. He has $4 billion of Bitcoin. UUU's going up. MSTR is running. Again, you guys were talking about the uranium plays. Those are actually all going. MSTR on the high. Edward Margalato. What's up, baby? How's your Monday going? Hopefully good. We still have half the day left. The bonds are literally only reacting to Mr. Bill Ackman today, but we still had an interesting day on our hands. It looks green. Dow barely went green right now, but my goodness. What a day, Chad. What a day. First time since July on Bitcoin? No way. Why did I always think it was up there? Did it just stay like pinned? Then SPY at 42.40 still. Bitcoin's up 5%. Yeah, Bitcoin's just back. It's lagging behind. Now this makes sense. Bitcoin and the SPY, they're matched up. I mean, remember, these are all the highs of like April and whatnot. So NASDAQ, when SPY was up here, June to now, the SPY ripped. NASDAQ ripped, but Bitcoin didn't follow along. Very interesting. How do you see where the Fed is running off assets? The balance sheet. If you go through securities held, the change month over month, and then on treasuries, it'll highlight that. If oil dumps, that would mean it costs less dollars to purchase things, making it more valuable. I mean, the price of oil it says stuff about the dollar and purchasing power, but like we've experienced the last couple of months here, the worry with that is that it could say one thing or the other, but don't forget other currencies and how they move around. That changes up everything. So it's like it may make things more expensive or not, but then what if all the other currencies in the world get weaker and then the dollar goes up in value because of that, or vice versa? Yeah, Bitcoin's weird. I don't know. That Bitcoin is I've said this before, like the second half, like this is what I was just showing you. The market had the rally here, but when like Bitcoin stayed pinned, the market just did its own thing. And then now Bitcoin at the high while we're coming lower. If anything, it just looks like Bitcoin and the market are now matching up to either die together or rise together. ETF approval is making it move. Yeah, but also, like, I mean, this is kind of a big deal. And like I'm saying, like, look at the yearly chart. Bitcoin hasn't really, every time it's popped was on this, like, ETF rumor stuff. But like I'm saying here, it's a high point for Bitcoin. If this starts to go up, and then, depending on where the market, they'll be matched up pretty much now on the year. Bitcoin and the stocks will relatively kind of be at the same spot. I don't think people realize how big the ETF approval is. I think they do. I mean, that's why it's moved really crazy. But at the same time, too, I'm very concerned with crypto. I don't think that's why the last 3 months have been weird. I mean, just no any way you want to cut it. Even the last 6 months, not only did they have their little rally, but look at how stable Bitcoin has moved with the rest of the world doing God knows what. But at the same time, I think the relationship between Bitcoin and stocks is more telling than what's actually happening. The biggest news, though, for Bitcoin, it will be the Bitcoin halving in a year or so, or a couple months actually now. You remember in 2017, do you remember it also inverse the SPY? Well, Bitcoin and SPY relationship then wasn't as like big. Remember, it was still new, but like I'm saying, it kind of reminds me of 2015. We'll see. But that relationship is key. But hold on, I got to go to the door, you guys. My Panera bread has arrived. Wow. Welcome to the big city. That was fast.
Okay, space. Meanwhile, right coming up, we're going to return to the picket line over in Hollywood, in fact. Actors, studios, they're preparing to return to talks.
Crypto's moving right now.
Actor strike is still going on. Those writers are back to work, but the actors, not so far. Meanwhile, let's just talk a little bit about some of the companies we're awaiting.
Awful. All right. Mike Santoli, he's next with his midday word.
What is happening? They got commercials everywhere.
Keep an eye on what's happening in terms of their own diversity issues. It would seem interesting that we did see, in fact, Google having to pay out a female executive some $1 million for gender bias. A jury saying that Google treated an executive differently because of gender. So it was the first that Google actually had to pay in discrimination case since those walkouts back in 2018. But for now, Alphabet more of a macro play on the day as yields, they come back down. From New York, from San Francisco, and today from London, this is Bloomberg Technology.
Faith's Flowers wasn't living up to its name. But now she's using Amazon Business.
No, she's not. It's an Amazon Business ad. All right. I got it, bro. Wow. I got it. Ready to go. Ready to go. Don't worry, I'll mute if I chew or something. I know some people might. And market's going up. Baba's on the high. Again, China plays. Chevron down. Bond's still going too. It's been very, very big. You want a bagel cam? I mean, is there a way? I'll post it on my Instagram, bro. I'll post it on my Instagram. You know what I'm saying? They got to know. You guys got to know what's up with it. Oh, my goodness, bro. Oh, my goodness. I'm going to kill the value. I mean, today was a weird one with options. I made earnings option plays, but it's kind of weird how they all showed up. Again, Meta, we literally bottom ticked it, and that play went down. So we'll see. Yeah, man, y'all sleeping on the Panera. It's because they want an IPO, and then we talked about it on stream, and then it showed up on my desk. But don't forget about this stream, bro. We'll see you. Wild day today. All right, I love you. All right, that was my Instagram post. Y'all get to see it. It's beautiful. I'm not going to lie to you. It looked really good, bro. Mm-hmm. All right, not bad. All right, I got you. Want to see? I got it. That's the Asiago one, bro. It looked good, bro. It looked good. It looked good. Janet Yellen bread. What? Baking burrito spot Bitcoin ETF gets a CUISP number. So that's a big deal. Literally, that's your headline. Bitcoin ETF, or again, they get a CUSIP number. QSIP. They sponsored by Panera. Nah, someone just brought it up again related to IPO, and I was like, let me tell you one of my breakfast secrets. And then Panera was one of my breakfast secrets, man. Mm-hmm. No, it hits, bro. It hits. I don't even eat breakfast, but I'll eat Panera breakfast. Coin is on the high now. Again, coin was pretty cheap comparatively last week. So, no, I guess this was the higher end. Now it's starting to break out. Again, coin was down earlier, but again, Bitcoin ETF news. I think that CUSP headline, CUSIP headline might have a lot. It's noon here. You're good. Even the market's up too. Bonds chilling. I feel like you could eat a sandwich if the bond markets calm down. That's like something to celebrate. No, you're like, wow, it's not dying. That's so cool. 3340. That's. I was like, what? So 4246. Now it's getting a little bigger here. Still a long way to go. I think till 4250, 4260. If we get above there, then it starts turning squeezy. Again, bonds now have a lot more cushion since the covering news. So we'll see there. But honestly, not too bad. Not too bad. Definitely could be worse. Yeah, let's hope by end of the day. That's a nice pop there. Again, you're getting a green shoot at the top. Everything else is already running. A lot of support here out of the crypto plays. I'd watch if energy plays come up, and then watch if the banks also. And then just don't forget about any of the names that already are getting ready for earnings there. Meta, Microsoft, all of that. Even ARK is up. So again, Intel plays killed it. That one was a fire play. Actually, no, those came down a little bit. We were up way more. And then where's your boy? Where's that Meta? That Meta play is still down. I find that hilarious. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Still working your way up. Okay. I'm going to go to the bathroom now and get a couple bites into this sandwich. I'll be right back. It's already 10 o'clock almost. I'm even going to get a press brief in here in a little too, so maybe you won't have to wait too long. We will see. We will see. I'll be right back. I will be right back. Oh, never mind. What the hell? Bro, I just had it queued up and then it disappears. But we're running, bro. I'm trying to slow the run up by going to the bathroom, but it's not working, you guys. It's not working. Airbnb, yo, you just rocketed up 10 points in the time I've tried to find a bathroom break. My goodness. Again, so now 4250 to 4260. If we could hold above there, then it's good. If not, then we have a problem. Then we will see. That was the middle, people figuring it out. I mean, if anything, the bonds, look at the bonds, though. It's starting to look kind of squeezy. Again, we have cushion now. You just need this to last and keep going up. And then that crypto stuff is waking up the market. Again, you saw how people got woken up with the Bill Ackman stuff. You're kind of doing it again. That was a headline. Love is on the high. Yo, Love in Delta. What's up with airlines? Love in Delta. I've caught that one on the high ticker. Something's up there. Love looks a little bigger. They're all going up, but take a look at Love in Delta. Airlines are starting to move up. Check any travel plays as well, too. Again, cryptos are just going crazy. Again, I think crypto is part of what's helping us out over here. So let's see. Boom, boom, bang, bang. Boom, bang. Not bad. Shit list hasn't been. Oh, yeah, well, we got to talk about that, bro. I like what you've been doing. You know that, man? Your consistency, too, bro. Keep it up. We got to. I need to showcase it to the chat, dog. I love them. I love them, man. Good work. Let's see. Buy some Solana and Injective? No. I'm not buying any crypto till we know what happened with Sam Bankman or rates are zero again. That's it, man. I made a fortune off of Bitcoin, but like no cap. I lived in zero rate land. You know what I'm saying? I never made money on Bitcoin with high rates. I don't know what to do. So there you go. Low rates, I've done very well on all cryptos, hands down. But high rate environment, I don't know how I feel about cryptos. That's a very weird situation. All right, Uber again, more travel. Disney, SPY's still going up. So wait till 42.60, and then we'll go from there.
Order filled.
Expedia.
Order filled.
Whoa, love. Again, all the airlines are still moving. Intel car was great. I don't know if it went. It was up way more. Now it's up. Now things up $100. What the hell?
Order filled.
Yo, that's fire. That
Order
one may
filled.
even go up 100% by the end of the day. That one's lucky. We ain't getting hooked up like that. I still can't believe the meta is down. Bro, we literally bottom ticked that shit. No exaggeration. 9:46 a.m. Stock is up $10, and you're out of the money weekly is literally like break even now, but still down. Crazy. Nothing happened right there. If anything, it was Bitcoin. This was Bill Ackman cover news, and then right around here, we got update of a CUISP number for a Bitcoin ETF. All right, they're talking treasuries. Now I'm going to go. Follow me on Instagram, at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning, good evening, good night. BRB.
Retirement investing.
And as I mentioned, Bitcoin hits $31,000 and goes straight through it. The price move comes as the crypto industry waits with bated breath for a spot Bitcoin ETF approval after we had a fake out when you were gone.
We did get a fake out 1 week ago today. I was on vacation. It was a great 20 minutes. Matt, as always, Eric Balchunas from Bloomberg Intelligence. He's here with us now. He's looking at the flows. Eric, what do you got?
Katie, Matt, thank you very much. The flows are not great. I got to be honest. It looks like it's good at the top, right? You got IVV and OEF. Interesting. That's the S&P 100, so the biggest 100 names. That's pretty good. And then SPY. Problem is the numbers aren't that big, and you add up to a negative 2.5 billion for the week. And then you see some treasuries in there. TLT, again, people cannot resist. EMXC is interesting. That's emerging markets ex China. EM hasn't taken in a ton of money, but it's really taken in money in active and the ex China trade. So people getting very specific in emerging markets if there is a bid. Let's look at the outflows, and you'll see why I am just calling this a little more bearish. Look at the Qs. That's a negative 3.6 billion. And then rarely you see VU and VTI in there. That's Vanguard with 3-4 billion there in outflows. IWM, small caps, HYG, USMV. A lot of retail outflows there. So I think it's a good time to look at our traders versus retail index that we make on BI, and we track flows into ETFs used by the buy and hold crowd like Vanguard and Schwab versus ETFs used by traders like SPY and whatnot. And so the white line is the traders ETFs. And you can see they've been bearish for a couple of weeks. But look at this line here. This is the retail. So they still are eking out some inflows. But compared to what they normally do, it's definitely down. And you want this to be up, because if this goes down, we're in trouble. This line is all over the place. Traders are very fickle. But the Vanguard bid, typically you can count on it. So this is interesting, right, Katie, Matt? The Vanguard bid dying down a little bit is the first time we've seen this in a couple years, to be honest. And with the trading crowd coming out, it just doesn't set up very well.
Yeah, and that dovetails with the active divestment story that we have on the Bloomberg terminal, which is pretty shocking, although that's more of a mutual fund story. In any case, Eric, thanks very much for that. Joining our conversation now is Anna Paglia, Global Head of ETFs and Index Strategies at Invesco. Anna, I don't know if you saw Bloomberg's story, but people are pulling money out in the hundreds of billions of dollars over the past couple of years from active mutual fund shops. What do you think about the ETF situation that Eric just walked us through in terms of buy and hold investors versus traders?
Sure, that's a really good question. You always have to look behind the story, because you need to separate the content from investment vehicle. When it comes to the investment vehicle, I think that we all agree that the ETF wrapper is the modern way of going about it, because it's cost effective, it's tax efficient, you can trade in and out, you don't have front load fees, transaction fees. So the vehicle is obviously a preference towards ETFs. The content is different, because through alpha, real strong alpha, is going to be there. So what you see, is it the death of a mutual fund or is it the death of active capabilities? Active capabilities are not dying. They are transitioning, and we are seeing it today. They are transitioning to a vehicle that is much more efficient.
For the record, that was my internal take as well. I just want, you guys saw the IV this morning, me and Ruth.
So
literally,
that's
fat candle, UCO,
it's on the record. And that's,
USO
of course, one of
that.
the big stories this year. That bid into active. One of the other big stories this year is the bid into bond ETFs, even though if you look at the price return, it's been pretty brutal. To bring that into your lineup, of course, Invesco has bullet shares funds, which basically invest along a specific maturity date. And you look at them, I believe you have something like 31 ETFs. They've taken in $3.5 billion year to date. Talk us through the demand for this type of specific.
Okay. I knocked out like half of that Panera. That was great. That was great. Good morning. That was a result of just talking about it, Chad. It was amazing. And we're still chilling up again. You just had that little run up into the highs. Excuse me. Bitcoin news getting people hyped up a little bit. So let's see. No issues with TOS. I didn't get the souffle. I got the Asiago one. That was a sausage Asiago something. It was just, that's it. It was fire. Feel amazing. Until I have to take a dump. I still have the XLM, yeah. I have all the crypto that wasn't, pretty much I sold out of like Cardano, Ethereum, and Bitcoin. And then like, there's like 2 other like little random ones I had. NDAC. All right, Redfin, you're getting another movement, and bonds are still looking good. Lucid, PayPal, more crypto names. Coinbase still at the high. MSTR, again, you've been getting a lot of different moves here. XLV, I think everything's looking decent. You're only a quarter cushion on the Dow. NASDAQ's up 1.1 now, so now that's good. And then 0.6 on the SPY. Truist sees PR, CHRD, MGY among list of possible M&A targets. CHRD, what are these? Cord, Energy, Magnolia, and Gas. Oh, so they're saying probably, again, the last 2 weeks, there's been Exxon and Chesapeake, or the Exxon, and then who was the other one? There's one more right ahead. Coin's still going, though. That's into the high. The bonds are looking great right now. This is what I was telling you in the morning, where I wasn't happy when it's small. But do you see why I'm feeling a lot better now? Because you're about to make up the whole entire week in one day, just like we gave up that whole rally in one day. Remember that whole week? That's what happened that one day on Monday when we gapped down. It was awful. It led to like a really, really big downside. You know, you gave up a lot of the recovery. So take note, you're now into 2 weeks ago's low on the bonds. That's how this rally started, the gap down and then the launch up. So hopefully this time around it's enough. Otherwise, still got a lot of time. But now the last hour or so, we've climbed up another 1%. That's what I want to see. You fell below the last 2 highs on the 10-year, I believe. So things are looking a little bit better here as we're middle through the day, but we'll watch if that keeps going or not. All right. My name is Chad indeed. Good morning. How you living? In other words, Bill Ackman is him. You really like Bill today, huh? Was that you who kept saying it? Y'all been on that. You were like, he's him. He's him. Y'all treating Bill Ackman like it's Victor Wembanyama. Hold on. Till Bill Ackman is dunking outside of the restricted zone. I'm only Wembanyama is him for now. All Bills are goats. Wemby, I don't play. I only play my player. I literally only play the rec. It's confusing for some, but I'm an animal. Well, I've never used Wembenyama yet. Bill Ackman, Laser Eyes. Yeah. Intel, they're holding up good. What was the other one? Arc. Arc is up. That option had more time. It didn't move up as much. Then Meta. On Nvidia is still holding. Again, SPY seeing a little red, but you are near the high of the day. Not bad at all, man. Again, oil had that little freak out not too long ago. 42.50. You got as high as 42.55. Still a great spot to be at, and about 60 points from where you were at within the first 10 minutes of the day. So again, you still need to fill this gap here at 42.77, but we will see. Still 10 o'clock. Thoughts about shorting gold? I like the idea of shorting gold. I still think it's risky though. Kind of like Bill Ackman will tell you, shorting the bonds is risky. I don't know how the fear will play out, but the minute fear calms down, I think gold has a long way to catch up to with bonds. About the foundation, let me double check that. I think I sent it to LT, but if foundation is problem, usually no go. I need to double check that one. I was doing a lot. I was doing one for that Texas property for Mel had me this weekend. I kept trying to find that info, and then I stopped working by the time I found it. But foundation is usually, I don't know. LT has gotten a little bit more okay with foundation, but for me, foundation, I'm no deal, Howie. No deal. But those houses weren't bad besides that. But I still need to double check. More and more folks are deferring on credit cards. Credit card sector is going to fall hard. So I said short Visa. I think right now in news media, the headline that took over this weekend, and there was a lot about it, is in regards to the auto loans. So you heard about it this morning. Over the weekend, a lot of people were talking about it. Xi Jinping expected to dispatch Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi this week to Washington. We had that earlier. Your last home I owned had foundation issues, but it'll definitely depend on your risk tolerance and the severity. Yeah, it's expensive. Foundation is always like big work. It costs a lot. And if it gets out of hand, like you don't want the property condemned or anything. Did you ever fix it, or how was it when you sold it? So that's some good first-hand experience. The auto loans. So that's the thing I read about. Oh, everyone's freaking out over the weekend. We were just talking about cars on Friday too. But auto loan, like the amount of people that are defaulted past 90 days on their auto loan, it has now hit the highest point almost ever. So you haven't all of a sudden, not even all of a sudden, it was slowly working its way back up, but it's back to like 2019, 2020, which was high, but it's actually higher than that. And the amount of people who are literally 60 to 90 days behind, higher than 08. There's more people behind on their auto loans than not. It's the subprime ones, those shittier autos, the shittier loans on them that are lower quality. They're getting clapped, but you literally have data of it. Let me see if I can find you the chart. Where was it? It was like the number one story over the weekend. It was actually crazy. Yeah, there it is. Now it's still the number 2 story. But so it's only the highest on record because I don't know if they have data that goes further, but pretty much since 1994.
Signal Messenger seems to contact or yourself or out of cell data, or maybe your friend tried like Signal but deleted the app.
To like
the first tip applies to Android users who also...
2008, it was about like, what, 4 or 5%?
Tip 3 was covered for
defaulted.
Tip 4.
Now you have just
before
over
covering our
6%
as well. Our second bonus,
total
our
auto
final
loans
tip
now
number 5 is...
by 60 days plus. That graph is from Fitch. That's the source of it all. Just search auto delinquency index or auto delinquency 60 days. Should be able to come find it. It's at 6%. So that means like 6% of all auto loans have not paid in 60 days plus. Well, that's the point. Whatever it is, one, the data is either accurate or delayed, but it could be saying a lot about the economy. It says a lot about the future of the economy, but then even some of that stuff like the student loan payments, what a lot of people were talking about in this articles there, there's been a lot of articles mentioned on this over the weekend. They're just talking about how people are having to pay back other bills. So now just the priority of the car is just falling behind in terms of how people are paying for it. So they're saying they have other bills, they have to pay rent before that. And usually that's what happens. People pay rent before their car because you don't want to get kicked out of your house. People losing cars, it's a set of wheels, but for the most part, where you live is what demands the first payment, and then you go from there. VWAP, maybe we come down. Bonds are still looking good, but SPY had about like 10 consecutive minutes now of working your way down. Dollar's still going lower, so we'll take it, but then a crypto is calming down. Yeah, rent, food, and car. Pretty much in that order. So they're not paying their cars so that they could pay for rent and food. You mentioned it on Friday, but I'm not sure if you saw it. It's insane the amount of people who call and ask if we run credit checks because they want shitty subprime rates because they know they won't pay. They straight up tell me, how long do I have to come up with my down payment? How long can I keep it after not paying? Or if I had 3 repos in the past 2 years, can I get another car? Yeah. But that's the thing, though. The only people who benefit off that is the car companies, though. So those companies that just like give loans out to people and then take the car, but they're making so much money on a $2,000 Kia, it's insane. No, it's not like house squatting because you don't have federal renting rights on an automobile. So you know what I'm saying? So like if you miss your payment, a tow truck could come to your house and take it. If you get pulled over, the cops could say you're not allowed to drive the car, and then if that guy, you won't register your vehicle or nothing. There's so many things, but a car you don't have like rights like you would a property or a house, even if you're a renter. So in this case, though, the people don't care. They know it. They just want it for a little bit. Again, they ruin your credit, pay like $10, $100, get a car for a couple months, and then that's it. But the car companies love it because they make a killing off of taking whatever money, fees, and then repoing the car and then rinse and repeating it at the same time. There's a report on it. It was like this $4,000 Kia. They tracked it with one of these used car dealers, like the low credit ones, and they found out like the company made like $56,000 off of a $5,000 Kia because they sold it and repoed it like 5 times. And they just make money on that every single time. I think more than 5 times. I'll have to find it. It's nasty, greedy. It's like it's a weird mix between like greed and uninformed. Like it sucks if people get into it like and not knowing any better, but like a lot of people don't know any better and they do it on purpose. That's what Jigglypuff was saying in here. Or is it just Jiggly? I added the Jigglypuff. Jiggly buns. But it's like literally you have people who want it. You know what I'm saying? Like there's people out there who have awful credit. They don't have anything and they want it. They're like, I'm going to just go get this car, 0 credit, put $1,000 down and then boom. Like, you know, they know damn well they have 0 intention of paying it. So it's pretty wild. It's a very, very wild world. Mm-hmm. 18%, but I need to use it. It's not bad that if the interest rate is high on your vehicle, maybe try to find it. But as long as like you have a general intention to pay off the vehicle, you know, that's fine. You know, like the interest rate isn't the killer on these cars. It's the interest rate and how it's set up to pretty much make it where they could repossess it. So, but like interest rate's not the killer as much as it is all the other factors that get pretty much piled into a deal, the value of the car, all of that stuff. Bonds are still going, so literally from here, bonds chilled out, but then they're continuing their little squeeze bid. But other than that, markets chilled out. Dollar went down too. Everything went in a good direction, but equities are just losing some of that extra hype bid more or less. Oh, you have Korean? Oh, it's already 10-2. All right, give me a second here. We'll play this for y'all. BRB.
Jobs, support Israel as it protects itself against Hamas, helps Ukraine defend against Putin's brutal invasion, provides humanitarian assistance to innocent civilians devastated by Putin's invasion and Hamas's horrific attacks, strengthens security and stability in the Indo-Pacific, provides alternatives to corrosive financing by PRC, the PRC, strengthens border security, and fights the flow of fentanyl. The world is watching, and the American people expect their leaders to come together and deliver on these priorities. We will continue to work with members of both parties to address these needs in a bipartisan agreement in the weeks ahead. And with that, Admiral John Kirby from the National Security Council is here to answer any questions that you have on Israel and any other foreign-related items. Admiral?
Afternoon, everybody. Just to briefly recap events of the past few days, I thought it'd be good to kind of catch up here after the weekend. On Friday, I think you all know, we successfully secured the release of 2 Americans that had been taken hostage by Hamas during the horrific terrorist assault on the 7th of October. And the president had a chance to speak with them and with their families, as he told other families that he met in Tel Aviv, family members of others who have been taken hostage. We have no higher priority than the safety of Americans that are being held around the world, and we're going to continue around the clock to see if we can get them home with their families where they belong. It is literally an hour-by-hour effort here at the White House and at the State Department to find out where these folks are and to try to make the effort to get them out and get them back. As Karine just spoke about, of course, first convoys over the weekend of humanitarian assistance across that border, and was able to reach Palestinians in need. And as she also said, we're going to continue those efforts going forward. It's important that the aid be sustainable, and that's what we're focused on. And of course, throughout the weekend, the president received briefings from his national security team on all the latest developments. And yesterday, as you know, he convened calls with Prime Minister Netanyahu, His Holiness, Pope Francis, and then, of course, with the leaders of Canada, France, Germany, Italy, and the United Kingdom. I'm sure you all saw the joint statement from all those leaders that they released last night. I won't reiterate it, but you can hopefully take away from that a real clear consistency and unanimity for Israel's right to defend itself against terrorism, while, of course, adhering to international humanitarian law, including the protection of civilians. Now, we've also seen over the course of the last few days, actually the course of the last week, but certainly over the last couple of days of the weekend, an uptick in rocket and drone attacks by Iranian-backed proxy groups against military bases housing U.S. personnel in Iraq and Syria. And we're deeply concerned about the potential for any significant escalation of these attacks in the days ahead. At the direction of President Biden, the Secretary of Defense has ordered the military to take steps to prepare for this, to ensure that we're postured appropriately.
Yeah, this is important.
Both in terms of being able to defend our forces and respond decisively as needed.
So this relates to this headline I'm going to read. A 3-star Marine Corps general, along with several others of U.S. military, have been dispatched by the Biden administration to provide advisory support to Israel and military in the Gaza ground operation. This comes from two U.S. officials and Israel officials who were briefed on the matter. Source is Axios. So again, they're talking about U.S.
actively facilitating these attacks and spurring on others who may want to exploit the conflict for their own good, or for that of Iran.
They're saying
Iran's goal is to maintain some level of deniability here, but we're not going to allow them to do that.
Again, that just came out as he was talking about that.
We're also not going to allow any threat to our interest in the region to go unchallenged. We demonstrated last week that we have and will use the military capables available to us to protect and defend those interests. And those capabilities are getting bigger and better every day. As President Biden has said, our message to any hostile actor seeking to escalate or widen this conflict is very simple. Don't do it. That takes some questions.
John, is it your view that the Israelis should begin their Gaza offensive whenever they feel ready?
It's our view that the Israeli Defense Forces, Steve, need to decide for themselves how they're going to conduct operations. We're not in the business
so take note.
Of
bonds are still holding up, but equities moved about 20 points,
previewing
while bonds just climbed
any
slightly higher.
One way or the other. That would be
so you're getting your own little wacky world now, where again, no man's land of moving on your own.
These attacks. What are you seeing? What exactly are they doing?
Oh, their support for these Iran-backed proxies is no secret. It's pretty open, and they've made no secret of it. Funding, resourcing in terms of providing the rockets and the munitions that they fire, training for some of these guys. There is a connection between these groups and the IRGC, a very direct connection.
We have reported that the administration has been urging Israel to delay a ground invasion. Can you tell us whether other countries are making the same request? Is there a coordinated effort on that front?
MJ, I won't speak for other nations and what communications they might be having with Israel. I can tell you we have, since the beginning of the conflict, in the early hours, maintained a level of communication with our Israeli counterparts to ascertain their intentions, their strategy, their aims, to see what their answers are to the kinds of tough questions that any military ought to be asking before you launch any kind of a major operation. Have you thought through the branches? Have you thought through the sequels? Have you thought through the unintended consequences? And so we are in active conversation with them about that.
And John, we've seen a number of leaders travel to Israel or commit to traveling to Israel, of course, the president himself. Is it your understanding that there would not be a ground invasion as long as there's a head of state in the country?
That is a question for Israeli officials to speak to, MJ. Again, I just don't want to be in the position where I am speaking for the Israeli Defense Forces.
And just another quick topic. Why is it that people currently are not able to leave Gaza right now? Do you have sort of an explanation as to why that humanitarian corridor for people to exit Gaza, why that isn't open? Is the obstacle Hamas? Is it the Egyptians?
I think there's a lot of factors going into why there's no exit out. We're glad that stuff's going in, as Kareem briefed y'all, but we still want to see safe passage out, and particularly for the several hundred American citizens that we know are in Gaza and want to leave. And Ambassador Satterfield is on the ground working this very, very hard. But there's a number of factors, and I think security, certainly Egyptian officials have spoken to this. I mean, there's they've got legitimate security concerns, and again, we just need to work through that.
Good, Kelly.
Admiral, can you tell us the latest on the status of hostages and the work to try to release additional hostages? Do you see a category of those being held who might be sort of the next available to be released if that were to take place? Can you give us a sense of what that picture looks like?
I wish I could, Kelly. I really do. And these are all great questions, but unfortunately where we are right now in the process makes it impossible for us to publicly detail the efforts that are going on. We are grateful for all the help we got, and we got help getting those two Americans out, the mother and daughter, and we're glad that they're okay and they're going to be reunited with the families and come back home. But there's a bunch of others that aren't. Now, a small group we still think are Americans, and then there are dozens and dozens from other countries, and obviously Israel as well. And there's just a lot of effort going on, a lot of conversations and discussions with partners in the region, and I think it's just best if we don't detail that.
Do we have more specificity on the number of Americans? It's floated from a handful to as many as 10. Anything more on that?
I want to be careful here because the numbers, as you rightly said, have fluctuated since the last time I talked to you. Certainly now we're glad to know that the number's down by 2, obviously. But we still have about 10 unaccounted for Americans, and it's not exactly clear to us where those 10
down
people
by 2,
are.
Yeah,
So I would still categorize it as about a handful.
For the sake of 2K,
but
banks are
and I know that's not the specificity you want, but that's really as detailed as I think I should get today.
One last issue. There's a dual national from Maryland, young man who went to serve in the IDF, who was killed in action. Can you speak to that situation, if the president has reached the family or has any intention to do that? Any particulars there?
Well, we certainly offer our deepest condolences to
so
the family.
A Jewish American who went back to serve for Israel died.
I don't have any communication to speak to one way or the other, but again, our thoughts and prayers go to the family, sure.
John, on a post-Hamas Gaza, if that were to happen, is there anything that you can share on what conversations the U.S. is having on what that post-Hamas Gaza would look like and who would run things?
Really, that's going to be a conversation that Israeli officials, need to start having amongst themselves. And I think, again, without speaking for them, I don't think I'm going too far to say that the focus right now is on going after Hamas, where they are in Gaza, getting humanitarian assistance in, getting people out. That's where our focus is, and I know the focus of our Israeli counterparts is certainly on prosecuting these operations against Hamas. I think
Take Two is almost like one. FXY even moving.
The issue of governance in Gaza
Again,
certainly
bonds are doing good. Spy moved around 20, but it's not dumping anymore.
I wouldn't speak for the Israelis in terms of how deeply they're diving down into what that
have helped out. Bill Ackman, not Bill.
The U.S. is helping with that conversation.
We have talked to the Israelis again about their aims and strategy, and that includes some of the long-term issues that are out ahead of them. But I think you can understand appropriately right now that the focus is on the operational picture.
On the normalization process, can you say if Saudi Arabia has provided a list of requests for what it would like to see for those talks to start again between Saudi Arabia and Israel?
I'm not tracking or aware of a specific threat. Now, you're talking post-October 7th. I'm not aware of some sort of new list or homework assignment that they've submitted. We still believe that those talks are important. We still want to pursue normalization. We understand that both in Israel and, of course, in Riyadh, there's a different focus right now. We get that. But we still believe there's great value in pursuing normalization, and we have every intention of keeping that going.
Thank you, Admiral. What kinds of humanitarian aid would the U.S. like to see reaching the Palestinians before Israel launches a ground invasion?
Can I bifurcate that question? Because I'm not going to sit here and assume that there's going to be some sort of a ground invasion, and I'm certainly not going to speak to hypothetical timing if there's going to be. Let's just talk about humanitarian assistance writ large. And you heard Karine, we are getting food, water, medicine in to Gaza, not enough. I mean, there's been, I think, 3 convoys, some little less than 60 trucks. That's a good start, but it is just a start. We want to see it keep going. And I think over coming days, you're going to continue to see convoys of trucks getting in. But it's also, fuel is also an issue. We know you need fuel to run power generators in hospitals. You need fuel to run the pumps in the desalination facilities so that people can drink fresh healthy water. So fuel is another thing that we're working on.
But whether or not there is a ground invasion, do you view humanitarian aid getting there first as important?
Whether or not there's a ground invasion, we believe that humanitarian assistance flowing to the people of Gaza is critically important, and it needs to go as soon as possible and as much as possible.
And where does the president stand on this? Because there was some confusion over the weekend about whether or not he had said that, yes, he does want Israel to wait until humanitarian assistance can get to the Palestinians before any invasion.
We have been crystal clear with our partners in the region, including Israel, that we want to see humanitarian assistance flow. There's been no change to our posture on that at all. But as I said, I think to Steve's question, we're not dictating military terms to the Israeli Defense Forces. They have a right and a responsibility to go after these terrorists, and they certainly are going to do it in a way that they choose to, that they believe is appropriate to the threat. We're definitely going to support them in terms of providing the capabilities for them to continue to prosecute Hamas terrorists. In fact, security assistance has continued to flow over the course of the weekend, and it will. But we're not dictating terms to them.
Thank you. So the UN Secretary General, the European Union Foreign Policy Chief, and several international leaders are calling for a humanitarian ceasefire. Will we see the United States calling for a humanitarian pause?
What we want right now is make sure Israel has the tools it needs to defend itself and to go after Hamas, and that humanitarian assistance keeps flowing. Now, it's started, and it's a good thing. We want to keep it going and keep it sustainable. That's what we're focused on.
Sorry, you mentioned this joint statement yesterday where President Biden and several Western allies asked Israel to protect civilians. But the death toll in Gaza is rising sharply. Does it look to you that Israel is abiding by international law? Are they listening to your advice?
We're not going to parcel out each and every event that happens on the battlefield, especially since we're not there. I can just tell you that there hasn't been a conversation that we've had with Israeli counterparts, and we've had them at all levels, where we aren't talking about not just what they want to do, but how they want to do it.
John, 2 Fridays ago, I reported that the U.S. was urging Israel to delay a ground invasion. The day after, the officials here issued statements to other outlets denying that was the case. In the days, week plus since, other outlets have started to report the same information that I had, but today you're not confirming any of those reports. My question is, aren't you at all concerned that if the U.S. is not clear with the public about what we are asking or suggesting to Israel that they do here, that that's going to complicate getting this aid package through Congress? I mean, you guys are asking for more than $105 billion, which a portion of this goes toward Israel. Are you concerned that not being clear with folks about what the U.S. is advising Israel to do will hamper support in Congress for this aid?
We've been very clear and consistent about our support for Israel and their ability to defend themselves. Jackie, we've been very clear and consistent about the fact that we're going to keep providing security assistance so that they can do that. We've been clear and consistent about the need for humanitarian assistance to flow, and clear and consistent about our desire to get people out of Gaza as well as to get our hostages home. I think we've been very clear and consistent throughout, and that includes with members of Congress. And yes, we are going to need congressional support to continue to support Israel. We've got enough appropriations available to us for a while longer. Well, how long is that while is going to depend on the expenditure rate and the kinds of operations that they're conducting. So we desperately need Congress to act on this supplemental request.
Well, you said you've been asking tough questions of the Israelis about their strategy here. Are you liking the answers that they're giving you?
No, I'm not going to talk about the details of the conversations that we're having. Again, these have been clear and consistent conversations. Again, making sure that they have what they need and that they are thinking through. That we are asking them what their answers are to the kinds of questions that any military ought to be asking itself as it conducts operations.
But on the aid portion, how, for instance, are you going to convince people that this is not going to get into Hamas's hands when, for instance, we saw fraud with something like COVID relief money in the U.S. And we're now talking about securing an understanding with Hamas, a terror group, about how this humanitarian aid should be used. I mean, how can you convince people that that is going to be a worthwhile, necessary, and secure.
We left the whole entire army in Afghanistan. How can we make sure all of this shit's gonna get to where it needs to go to and not used for the next generation of war like every other decade that has happened prior?
Electrify and power up their tunnels.
I'm not even talking now. I'm talking Afghanistan back in the day.
We're not blind to potential concerns here over diversion, which is why Ambassador Satterfield is on the ground. His whole purpose is to make sure that humanitarian assistance can get to the Palestinian people. We have seen no indications as of today that any of the trucks that Kareem talked about, any of the material in those trucks, have been diverted to Hamas or been absconded by Hamas. That, in fact, every indication that we have is that it has, in fact,
how we got them in the
to
beginning,
the
every time,
Palestinian people
everything. What was the other one?
are in desperate
Al-Qaeda?
need for it. I would remind
Al-Qaeda? Y'all don't even talk about Al-Qaeda
that
anymore.
we have trusted partners on the ground, humanitarian aid organizations, and of course the UN Relief Agency is on the ground, and they very much are taking a personal stake, professional personal stake, in making sure that aid is getting where it's needed. We're going to watch it. Obviously, we're going to watch this closely. We don't want to see Hamas benefit any more than anybody else does.
Amen.
Just following on that, how does the U.S. go about knowing that it is getting to who it's supposed, the aid is getting to who it's supposed to get to, and not Hamas isn't taking a bid off the top? And then second, could you confirm that the president has sent Lieutenant General James Glynn and some other folks to advise the Israelis?
So on your first question, Amr, in fact, I'm going to write these down because I'm going to probably forget. But on your first question, as I said, we're working with trusted partners on the ground, including the UN. And that's the way we do it in so many countries around the world, where we don't have a footprint. We don't have or any regions of the world. Where we don't have a footprint.
I can do that.
We're not on the ground to personally inspect these things, but we do have trusted partners on the ground, including the UN and some of these aid organizations, who will report what they're seeing and where they're taking this material and who's getting it. So we'll stay in close touch with them, and we all share the same desire that Hamas not be able to divert any of this stuff for their own purposes. We all share that desire. And it's not just the United States. You said, how's the United States going to monitor? The whole international community has a stake here in making sure that the people of Gaza get this food, water, medicine, and other vital needs met. On your second question, what I can tell you is that that there are a few relevant military officers with experience, the kinds of experience that we believe is appropriate to the sorts of operations that Israel is conducting and may conduct in the future.
I got something good for you.
To go over there to share some perspectives from their own experience and to ask the hard questions, the same hard questions that we've been asking our Israeli counterparts since the beginning.
How many?
Bonds can hold up.
A few.
Thank you, Admiral. Israel has repeatedly said that its top priority is destroying Hamas. So what is America's top priority? And are the two countries on the same page here?
America's top priority?
Yeah.
I think President Biden made that clear when we were over there, is to make sure that Israel has the tools and the capacity and the capabilities to go after Hamas terrorists, and to make sure humanitarian assistance flows in, and to make sure we can get innocent civilians who want to leave Gaza out, including American
citizens. Y'all know
if
you don't kill people, y'all don't need humanitarian assistance.
Could you just outline how this would complicate getting the remaining hostages out and how it would impact America's strategy?
Again, I just don't think it's wise for me to get up here and do a bunch of speculating and hypothesizing about operations that haven't happened yet. We'll let the Israelis speak for themselves and for what operations they're going to conduct. All I can tell you is we're going to make sure that they have what they need to do it.
AstraZeneca's on the high. Remember they had an approval earlier. That was
bad. You outlined three top priorities for America, and Israel has repeatedly said the top priority is destroying Hamas. So how can you achieve all of the priorities from America at the same time Israel gets their top priority?
We agree that the top priority has got to be going after Hamas. There's no daylight here. We also think it's important for humanitarian assistance to flow and for our hostages to get home with their families, and we're working all three of those things.
Okay, way in the back. Thank you.
This sounds like what? So we're having a war on terror again.
That Hamas and the Red Cross
are we just not using that phrase?
Exchange another 50
I guess if
Israeli
the public support shifts that way, is it
there
a war on terror then?
No, I cannot.
Is that the simplest way to say that without having to specify or run the risk of thinking you're supporting this or that? Is this another war on terror?
Anything would be possible at any moment.
I think it'll rebrand to that because everything else is too confusing.
So have you seen any indication that
Iran
is preparing to further expand this conflict more so than what we've already seen?
I touched a little bit on that in my opening statement. We know that they're supporting these groups. We know they've supported Hamas and Hezbollah. We know they're monitoring these events very, very closely, and in some cases urging on some of these groups. And that's why I made it clear.
The crypto plays, but I think this
President
is broader. Everything
does not want to see this conflict win. We have added additional military capability into the region to deter any such action, and we will act appropriately to protect and defend our national security interests in the region. You saw that just last week when a guided missile destroyer shot down missiles and drones that were potentially on their way into Israel. We take those responsibilities seriously, and anybody else in the region ought to be paying attention to that.
Thank you, Gary. John, do you have an update on whether Iran was directly involved in the October 7th attack on Israel? Because some Israeli officials
we haven't heard about
have evidence, but they have not presented
at least over the weekend too much.
Yeah, I would say we're in the same place we were. We know there's complicity here by Iran. As I just said, they have been supporting Hamas for years, a couple of decades, and Hamas wouldn't be able to function or exist without Iran. But I can't stand here before you and say that we've seen a particular piece of intelligence that shows that they were participating in, witting of, directing what happened on October 7th. But again, nobody's doubting, nobody's walking away from the fact that Iran does bad things with bad people in that part of the world.
How does the White House see China's role in the Israel-Hamas conflict, and what's your reaction to China sending 6 warships to the Middle East?
I'll let China speak for their foreign policy in the region and whatever their take is. I've seen them call for both sides to ratchet down the violence. We've been clear about where we are, and we're on Israel's side here. Israel needs this support to go after Hamas terrorists. That's not going to change. And I'll let them speak to their naval maneuvers and where they're putting their ships.
Talking to China or Russia on the Israel-Hamas conflict or not?
I know of no particular conversations we've had bilaterally with either country thus far.
Thanks, Corinne. John, speaking of the Americans in Gaza, some are being told that by the State Department, by the administration, to go to the border. We were told on Saturday they were told to go to the border, but they obviously could not leave. Are you still advising Americans to go to the border? What's the hold up there?
You have to talk to the State Department. I can't speak for the communication that they're having with American citizens there. What I can tell you is that we are working this very, very hard to get them out of Gaza, again, through Rafah. And Ambassador Satterfield literally is working this as you and I are speaking right now. And so we obviously, if we want to get them out, we want to have them available as close by as possible so that can be effected in a very efficient way. But as for what specific messages the State Department is sending today and Monday, you'd have to talk to them.
Speaking about what President Biden said on Friday at the fundraiser, he talked about the Hamas attack being carried out to disrupt the normalization efforts between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Can you talk more about what he meant by that? Is that the administration's position?
We certainly can't discount the fact that could have been a goal here. Look, Hamas wants to wipe Israel off the map. They simply just want to kill as many Israelis as they can. That was the purpose of October 7th, to just take life. And it is perfectly possible that there were other geopolitical goals here, as the president alluded to, because normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, you can see that would not be in the interest of terrorist groups like Hamas. It certainly wouldn't be in the interest of their backer in Tehran.
Do you think that's the top reason why they did it?
I can't specify specifically what the top reason. I'm not in the minds of the terrorists, but the president was certainly laying out a very real potential factor behind what they did.
Thanks, Green. The president has spoken a lot about the work he's done in building a coalition behind Ukraine and supporting Ukraine. Are there any concerns that U.S. support for Israel and as civilian casualties rise in Gaza, is there any concern that could undermine support for the US stance on Ukraine with countries in the global south, for example, for Brazil, in Asia and Africa, who might be in terms of their views on Gaza.
Supporting both right now, both countries, is important to President Biden. That's why we submitted that supplemental funding request last week. It's important that both get the support that they need, not just from the United States, but from the international community, and we're dedicated to that outcome. We're going to stay dedicated to that effort.
Yes, I wanted to ask you about if there are concerns in the administration in regards to this funding that you guys requested from Congress, given the fact that some of the leadership in the Republican caucus is saying that they would like to approve only a package for Israel and a separate package for Ukraine.
Yeah, I'll let
I saw that at GPCR
in terms of how they want to.
I took 280 on that. This was
forward. We submitted together
GLP-1
because we believe all of it is important.
But I'm still holding
Every
VKTX
dollar that
and
we
NVO.
ask for the supplemental funding is of an urgent nature, and we urge Congress to move on all of it as quickly as possible.
Thank you. With regards to American hostages, you noted that there were conversations and discussions with partners in the region. And on Friday, after those 2 Americans were thankfully freed, the president thanked the Israelis and Qataris for their partnership in this work. Are the Israelis or Qataris negotiating with Hamas on our behalf, and would the United States ever negotiate with Hamas in order to...
I'm not going to go into more detail about the discussions and the negotiations to get those Americans home. If I were to do that for you today, I might actually put at risk opportunities to get more people out, and I'm just not going to do that.
Second question then. There's been an uptick on the right among some Republicans who have called for students or foreign nationals who are demonstrating in some of these pro-Palestine demonstrations or allegedly pro-Hamas demonstrations to have their student visas pulled or to face deportation. What is the administration's response to those kinds of remarks and that kind of rhetoric?
I would just tell you, you don't have to agree with every sentiment that's expressed in a free country like this to stand by the First Amendment and the idea of peaceful protest. I'll leave it at that.
Can you talk about the degree to which your efforts to get the supplemental funding and work on the crisis are complicated by the fact that we still don't have a speaker after all these days?
It would certainly be helpful to have a Speaker of the House. Procedurally, that's how you get new legislation to the floor. I'll let the House Republicans speak to their process and what they're doing. We know that there is significant bipartisan support for continuing to support Ukraine and continuing to support Israel. Both chambers, by the way. We know there's a lot of bipartisan support there. The president is urging Congress to act as soon as possible.
Okay, a couple more. Go ahead.
Thank you,
couple more.
Mr. John, we've seen the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in his last trip to northern Israel.
Yeah, Myrna was already weak today, but you're getting the death candles now.
From the,
then more China, bro. I've been seeing a lot of China on the high.
Lebanese people has no power over writing Hezbollah's decision if he wants to enter or not. Why want to pay the whole price if a militia group like Hezbollah don't listen to us, don't listen to the government, unless we're asking a civil war, unless we're asking for the Lebanese army to interfere and stop Hezbollah from doing so. So why we need to pay the whole price based on Hezbollah's action?
I didn't understand the exact question.
So as Lebanese, not pro-Hezbollah, why we need to pay the price if Hezbollah enter the war?
Why do the Lebanese people need to pay the price?
Because Netanyahu said he's going to bring Lebanon to the Stone Age. And do you think we're all happy to see that happening in our home?
Look, we know that Hezbollah does not speak for the Lebanese people, the vast majority of the people of Lebanon. We know that. Any more than Hamas doesn't speak for the aspirations of the vast majority of the Palestinians living in Gaza. We have said from the very beginning, we don't want to see any actor try to take advantage of this situation to widen or deepen the conflict, and that certainly includes Hezbollah. And that's why the president has added additional military forces to the region, and more forces will be coming in days and weeks ahead to try to deter any actor from widening or deepening this conflict. I understand the question. I don't think at this stage it's helpful to speculate about something that hasn't happened, and hopefully will not happen. What I can tell you is we know we have significant national security interests in the region, and we're going to work to protect and defend those interests with additional military capability. And any actor who's beginning to think about entering in and widening or deepening this conflict ought to take a look at how seriously we're taking our responsibilities.
So adding more military, and so can we understand what is the job description for these two ships? Is it only to supply military aid for Israel, or also could be possible to enter the war if anything had break in that region? Just a bit of information regarding that matter.
Well, first of all, it's not two ships, it's two carrier strike groups. There's a lot of ships in a strike group. I can speak from experience on that one. And you got the Gerald R. Ford strike group that's in the Eastern Mediterranean. You saw Secretary of Defense Austin announce that the Eisenhower strike group, which is still crossing the Atlantic right now, will operate for a time in the Med, and then she's going to go on through and into the Central Command area of responsibility, the Middle East, the Gulf region. They are there for two purposes, and I'm going to say it again, and you're probably sick of me saying this, but it's true. One is to deter any other actor from widening, deepening this conflict. And two is to make sure that we are ready, poised, and able to protect and defend our national security interests in the region at large. That's what they're there for.
These are left piece biceps.
Thanks a lot, Green. John, in regards to the emergency supplemental, you've spoken before about the emergency need for funding for Ukraine. I was wondering if you can talk about what you see about the urgency for funding Israel, why that portion of the aid that you are requesting is so necessary right now.
Because if we don't get relief, John, we could potentially have a lapse in our ability to provide those kinds of munitions to Israel. We have existing appropriations, funds available to continue to support Israel for a time, for a short time. Again, I can't be perfectly specific because a lot of it depends on the pace of their operations and what they're going through.
It's still like
we also need to make sure we have appropriations to replenish DoD stocks. We have national security interests around the world as well that we have to meet. And we've provided an awful lot out of our inventory. We need to be able to replenish that. But it's vitally important. And then just to put a fine point on this, I mean, the figure we asked for, which is a little bit more than $14 billion, was directly after consultations with our Israeli counterparts. We didn't pull that number out of thin air. It absolutely was a result of the conversations that we had with the Israelis about the kinds of needs that they have for as long as they think they might need them.
On the hostages, a spokesperson for Hamas has suggested that Hamas would release all of the hostages that are in Gaza right now in exchange for a ceasefire. Do you view that as a credible offer?
We got to take anything that Hamas says with a huge grain of salt. We don't take anything that they say at face value. Here's an idea, and it's just an idea I'll throw out there. They could release them all now. Just let them go now, because these people didn't do anything wrong. They're just innocent civilians being caught up in this conflict. Let them go now. Now, I recognize that's not going to happen, which is why we're going to keep working with our partners in the region to do what we can to get them released.
Thank you very much. John, can you confirm reports suggesting that Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi is planning to visit Washington this week? And I was wondering if you can tell us the objective of this meeting with Chinese Foreign Minister.
There's been some discussions about some potential meetings with Wang Yi, maybe as soon as this week. But I think the State Department will have more to say about that later today.
Also, on the Philippine incident with China, what message is the White House sending to China about the incident yesterday that happened between China and Philippines?
I'm sorry.
The vessel collision incident with the Philippines and China.
What message are we sending to China?
What do you say to China about this conflict?
Well, I'm not aware of a collision, so I'll have to go back to the team and get some more information. But just broadly speaking, we've been very clear about the intimidating, coercive, and frankly, in some cases, reckless behavior by the PLA air and maritime forces, as well as their so-called Coast Guard, in terms of bullying the navies and Coast Guards and fishing vessels of neighboring states. We've been very clear that's unacceptable. It needs to stop. But I can't tell you about the specific event because this is the first I've heard of it.
But it's actually getting a green right there. Maybe we spoke
John,
too soon.
you were talking in addition to the carrier strike groups.
Yeah, dollar's back to 2 weeks ago, which is great. Even last Monday, the bonds were
what you were talking about, what that might look like?
A lot lower. So.
All right. I want to know how that would be consistent with the president's promise back in 2019 that he's getting out of the forever wars if you're adding more troops. This looks like
hitting in red. I don't know. You're listening to it, but hitting in red. Kirby announces additional military forces will be deployed.
It's all about
Troy posted that too.
And you heard the Secretary of Defense.
I don't know if the market's reacting to it.
Naval forces. We're adding some air defense systems and some aircraft squadrons to the region as well. It's all about preventing.
Again, the cushion's not too big. Your cushion is not the safest.
Oh yeah.
Thank you very much, Craig. There is no doubt that the U.S. is known for human rights values around the world. Don't you think the U.S. has delayed this time as far as human rights are concerned, what is happening in Palestine since day one?
No, I couldn't disagree more with you, sir. Not at all. I mean, from the very beginning, early hours of this conflict, we made clear, not just to our Israeli counterparts, but to the American people and people around the world, that we take the respect for innocent life seriously. And we have been talking about the law of war since the beginning. You can go back to the first statement that the president made after the attacks of October 7th and see it right there. It's been a part and parcel of every conversation that we've had. And we have been working hard. We have been spearheading the efforts to get that humanitarian assistance in. It came, those first truck convoys that Karine talked about, came after President Biden spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu in Tel Aviv, and then to President Sisi on the phone coming home on Air Force One on Wednesday night to get that stuff moving. And within a couple of days, they had some road repairs they had to do. It started flowing. No, sir, we have been working the issue of human and civil rights and protection for innocent life since the very beginning, and that's not going to stop.
And the rallies that happen in some of those countries, which are the allies of the United States, some of these rallies were in very huge numbers. Don't you think President Biden needs to play a role towards peace instead of saying that he could handle 2 wars at a time? Does that give a good impression?
Yeah, fuck it, let him know. I'll fucking put him on notice. You know I am. I'm fucking Joy
From
P.
the beginning of this
I handle
administration,
more, not
we have
less.
been working for a
Tell
more
a hater
integrated,
get a long-term. Fuck
cooperative,
you.
peaceful, stable, and prosperous
Raul,
Middle
fuck
East.
Raul.
And
I'll
I'm
put
not going to
that back.
reiterate for you the list of accomplishments, but they're all there. I'm happy to send you an email with them. We have been working hard on trying to get
a little lower than where we're
the
at
Middle East
earlier.
to be a more
Again,
stable,
bonds are
prosperous
kinda
region.
giving it up.
That's
Dollar
not going to
looks
change.
good, though.
Now, obviously, these attacks on October 7th were horrific, and the Israelis have a right and a responsibility to respond to those attacks. I think everybody understands that. And so we also understand that the focus of countries in the region, particularly Israel, is going to be on that. It's our focus too, but that doesn't mean we're going to give up. It doesn't mean we're just going to walk away from it. We still believe in the promise of a two-state solution, and we're still going to continue to work for that. We still believe, as a matter of fact, key to eventually getting a two-state solution is normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, and we're still going to work on that as well.
Why is the president not focusing in these last couple of weeks on his agenda that was basically for a two-nation theory? I feel like in the last 2 weeks, this war has lowered what the president was aiming to bring normalization through two states, and that whole agenda seems like has been put down.
I just told you, sir, there's no change in our desire to see a two-state solution. There's absolutely no change in our efforts to try to get normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia as a stepping stone to a two-state solution. But we're not blind to reality. Right now, Israel's fighting to defend itself against Hamas terrorists, and we're trying to help them do that. Right now, the focus of the region is on what's going on. And right now, the president's focus appropriately, sir, is on trying to prevent and widen and
it's the
deepen this
lowest you've been
conflict
in
to
like an
deter
hour.
a larger war, so
Again,
that
Dow is
we
red,
can get
Russell
back to the
just
table
flipped
and we
red,
can move forward
42.38.
on those key diplomatic
You're about 13
steps.
points away from going red on the spot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Try to keep John as long as we can. But the president's going to be starting his event pretty soon. If folks have any other additional questions, I'm happy to take them. Go ahead, Alma.
Just on the state visit, was there any thought of post?
I'm good. Thank you. Netflix climbing. I don't know if you want this right now. This could be very interesting timing. Very, very interesting timing. I don't know what you guys are looking for. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But, Chad, it's about 11 o'clock. 2 hours left in the day. The lowest you've been in the last hour or so, but generally higher, and I'm sure a lot better than how you thought the market would have opened up this morning. If you were here, again, the bonds, everything. I mean, war tensions rising, bond tensions kind of eased up today. I think today was a very good title, no? Again, war versus rates. And again, but just you're dealing with all of it. The bonds have their day, the conflict. I mean, every time we hear about it, it feels like it's just weird. This conflict is just, it's a weird mix of a lot of the other conflicts and the one we just experienced with Russia and Ukraine are still going through. But my goodness. I got something for you, man. I got something. I don't know how the market's going to like it, Chad. It's either going to love it right now or not. But yeah, it's here, bro. It's here. Oh, man. Chadadonia. How are you feeling? I got a nice philo for you. Oh, man. It's a good philo, actually. Let's see. I'm going to even talk a little bit. Some of you guys missed it on Friday. Or is it Friday or Thursday? But do you guys remember the last philo? Do you guys remember it? Do you remember the last one I told you? It was kind of dark. It was kind of a dark philo. Does anybody remember it? You made it just in time. That's good. I don't know if you made the last philo. Let's see. I'm asking for the refresher. I mean, because this is going to apply to it. What I am going to talk about, oh yes, it has something. Because I think that was the last thing I left you on to think about. Yeah, we talked about the ego death. Thinking about death. I told you guys my little story. I kept thinking about it. I told you how I read my Bible. I told you a little thing I got out of the story. But again, I did bring this up. I was telling you something needs to die. And I asked you guys to think about it. Maybe you ask yourself this question. So, it's been a weekend. Did you think about it? Yeah, that's what I want to ask. Did you think about it? Good. You had the weekend. How was it? I don't know. Did that stick with you at all or not? I don't know if it did. That's why I'm asking. Definitely. Indirectly. Yes. The Last Supper. Yeah, that was the story. Well, here's the funny thing. This shouldn't have been that weird of a philo. You're going to die, thinking about death. It's really not that weird. I know, for some of you, I hate to break it to you, because I hope some of you in your research of this, or thinking of this, and reflection on this topic, I hope it brings up something very big, and something that we've talked about in the past, but I'm very honored to talk about it again here today. And that thing is called memento mori. You remember amor fati. But what about a memento mori? Oh. Do you remember what that is? No, not Kill Bill. This is Latin, but it's this is, if you know amor fati, memento mori. These are topics. It's funny because it's just what it means in writing, but over the course of history, it's used by different people. Again, Epictetus, Seneca. Some people had more, direct views, and they lived by certain parts of this. But there's a lot of ways memento mori comes up. Yes. Memento mori means remember you will die. The inevitability of death. So, yes, your man Epictetus. So that's what I'm saying. I was thinking about this. I kept thinking about it. And, as part of thinking about it, it naturally led me to memento mori. Is having a thought that you're going to die, is it bad? Is it dark? No, it's kind of almost necessary. Oh, I know, it's weird. But something does need to die. Again, I hope you look at the egos, the death of the ego. It's very important. But meditating on mortality it's only depressing if you miss the point. The whole point of memento mori, the whole point of remembering you will die and the inevitability of death is that it should create priority and meaning. So death doesn't make life pointless, but rather you actually have purpose by understanding that. I mean, the better thing, I guess I would argue, you don't have to die to actually take advantage of the actual change a thought of it would bring about. But hopefully you get it. The point is, it's not supposed to be depressing. It is supposed to create priority and meaning. So I was thinking it's a kind of a trip. I mean, think about that. The logic of thinking that, we all know we're going to die. But it's the difference between thinking what are you here for? I'm just here to live on this world, work, die, do this. It's meaningless, right? That's what, people would bring up. Ecclesiastes will bring that up in even satire. But no, it's that. You could take that mentality versus you're only here for a certain amount of time to accomplish something. That's two different views versus that. Again, one versus it's meaningless and not versus one that has a time frame and a purpose still. Are you just here to live and die and it's meaningless, or are you here for a certain amount of time to accomplish something specific? You tell me. It is nihilism, though, the former. 100%. So I just wanted to bring this up. There's one big part I like about it. And there's one very practical thing, but all of this should be practical. That's it, amor fati. Well, you're here to trade SPY 0 days? Well, remember that you will die, my brother. Don't worry, I'm getting to it. But I don't know. Do you know who Seneca is? So Seneca is one of these Stoics. I've went over all of these guys with you guys. I've went over Seneca. I've read you Epictetus. We didn't go over the meditations, but we went over a decent amount. I think a lot of you guys are familiar. If not, I would actually encourage you to go look it up a little bit. But literally, Seneca has a book called Dying Every Day. To give you an idea of this concept, and again, to use it for priority and meaning and purpose, he had a book called Dying Every Day. He literally says you may not wake up tomorrow. That's what you're supposed to think about when you sleep, and then you may not sleep again when you wake up. He says this to frame your mind, how you should be looking at things, using your time. But I'll give you another one. I like Epictetus's view a lot better than it. But this is a very big concept for back in the day, philosophers, and a lot of things. Again, you guys like the death of the ego. You like a lot of different concepts throughout, but it thinks of something. Is it supposed to be terrible? Again, if you view it meaningless. Again, the whole idea of having these thoughts when you wake up, I hope you have priority and meaning. It's supposed to be a joyous concept, even though it's represented with skulls and roses. I don't know if you've ever seen the pictures or they got coins, a lot of it. You should have seen it. But I like what Epictetus says. He says, keep death and exile before your eyes each day alongside everything terrible. Why would he say such a terrible thing? And again, I understand, bro. I don't know, depending on your age and demographic, but this does sound depressing as hell. That's why I'm hoping, and even giving some understanding to this, some people can kind of look at some of the positives out of this, because this does sound wild. Literally, keep death and exile before your eyes each day alongside everything terrible. Why would you do that? Why would you want, again, besides all the other reasons we've talked about, why would you want to keep death in exile before your eyes each day alongside everything terrible? So, I don't know. I could try to elaborate on this, but I'll give you the answer. So you don't get clapped. Amen. It's kind of part of it, but I love it. I love the answer, but I don't want to explain it to you. I'm going to give you the answer, but then that's it. And I want you to just think about the answer for a little bit. That's all, okay? Does that sound like a deal? If that sounds like a deal, then you know how this philo is going to go. So I'll tell you the answer, but I'm not going to elaborate on it at all. Okay, perfect. Keep death in exile before your eyes each day alongside everything terrible. Why? So that you will never have a base thought or an excessive desire. So that you will never have a base thought or an excessive desire. I think that's mind-blowing. So I'm going to leave it there, Chad. Maybe we'll talk about it again. I'll let that one marinate with you for a little bit. Again, you will never have a base thought or an excessive desire. Think about that. As to why the thought of, or why memento mori. So on that note, Chad, amor fati and memento mori. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out that Chad. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watches and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. God bless you. God bless America. That's it. I don't know. You want some uncle? You get some uncle. You could get what's the other guy's name? Oh, that's my name. Josh Answer. He does the F350, 150. Who said that quote? I don't know. I don't know who. It's Latin. It's not. I think it was Aristotle, actually. Aristotle or maybe Socrates. It's back there, but it was just Latin for remember you will die. And then again, Epictetus and guys like Seneca, you know, some of the Stoics, they've had their history with these concepts. Again, amor fati, you may have heard that here as well too before. But again, memento mori. And we were talking about this the other day, but I brought it up because this is a very important one, especially as far as philosophy is concerned. You know, I brought it up with my personal experience and beliefs the other day, but I did want to bring back, you know, the purposeful use of this and how it has been talked about through some of the greatest minds. Apple supplier Foxconn has announced this cooperation with Chinese authorities in response to ongoing investigations. Chinese officials are reportedly conducting tax audit inspections and reviewing land use related to Foxconn subsidies. That was in the morning we heard about it, but I think it's getting confirmed right now, a little bit more. Yeah, I know we've heard that, but I don't know if that's an update on it. CNBC is talking about it now. I don't know. Okay, where is how you do this? How you get the Joshman answer? Where Joshman answer? There it is. Okay, I go back.
Angel on the track.
Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her, why they driving in the slow lane? If they ain't going slow, man. I used to say the same thing when they was slow up in the fast lane. Now with Kia tryna pass me. Thinking Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got roadway. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius when they let me ride. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpool is faster, hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California for the women in the vibe, but all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I like everybody, I'm just saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive. Rolling in my F350, I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Nigga, I just missed my exit. A Prius when they let me ride. Loading on my F350, I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius when they let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird.
All right, now Hamas says it has decided to release 2 more hostages. I feel like you're getting an update every time, and Stellantis says it is outraged. UAW has chosen to expand strike. You're getting an update every single time, bro. My goodness. Again, oh, you've heard it a while, man. You could go get it. It's Josh Answers, F350. It's on YouTube. It's on Spotify. I like the pace of how the market was moving to it, but now we are moving down. And remember, I mean, equities are willing and have already proven they will move more than bonds in the dollar already today. But you're getting a positive Hamas headline. They have a spokesperson, but I don't know where that one's coming from. I haven't confirmed that yet, though. So we'll see. But if any of that plays out, we'll watch. But again, you're getting some actions here. Is that the biotech? Is that the bear index? Yeah, biotech hitting 52-week highs. Oh, I think a couple of them got clapped, though, today, too. The highs by Mike, same vibes as F350. I like those vibes. Is it Mike, what's his name? That one dude? Or who's that other guy you always tell me about? I listened to him back in the day. Mike Stud, yeah. By Mike Stud. F350, Josh Answers. If you search F350 on YouTube, though, you are going to get a lot of, truck reviews. That was the difficulty with that song title. So you got to be very specific. Very specific. SPR. Oh, the stock. Yeah, with Boeing, too. I thought you were talking the SPR releases. Did the Panera hit the spot? It did, man. We were talking about, I didn't know they were going to IPO. And then I said, it inspired me to tell you guys a secret of mine, that Panera Bread has really good breakfast. And, I was talking, and I said, let me go DoorDash it. And it got here in 10 minutes. So it was everything worked out great, honestly. I'm a little suspicious this whole day. I mean, again, the bonds were dying in the morning. And then Bill Ackman's like, hey, I'm covering my bonds. I don't know why I sound like Joe Biden. But that's what you do when you're with bonds or old people who buy it. And then just everything just started playing out very smooth today, considering, that bond fear quickly returned in the morning. Yeah, Joey Ackman. Fuck it. ACMR. It's actually up 1%. Better than bagel bites? Better than egg bites? Yeah, it was good, bro. It's good. Their Chipotle avocado chicken. Yeah, I had my Chipotle lunch phase when I was in college, but definitely I'm active on the Panera breakfast. Did I say Chipotle? I'm at Panera. It's because you said Chipotle chicken sandwich. Or no, avocado. Yeah, Chipotle avocado. I don't really eat breakfast. I eat breakfast on the weekends because I'll like wake up later, and it's nice. Intel went down. They clapped us. But then the Microsofts went up. But yeah, Intel, those contracts came back down after almost going up 100%. And then the Metas are still down, I believe. Yeah, and then the Microsofts, they went up. Well, the calls actually went up, but the puts are down. We went both ways on that. Oh, David Zapore. My man, God bless you. Happy Monday. Y'all showing up with a lot of gifts this Monday morning. I hope y'all doing good. Welcome and get ready for earnings. Amen. Amen. My brother. That's what I'm talking about. God bless you. Are y'all ready for earnings or what? This is the time. This is the time. All right. We're still everything's moving slow. Lex. This looks a liquid, but it's moving. 4, 2, 3, 5. Not bad. Not bad, but then also, I mean, you're 10 points away. You get any minute now. It's either any minute now you rip and get your cushion back a little bit more on the SPY, or otherwise, a couple more bad candles. I mean, you'll be right back down, Habibi. Right back down, you know? All right, Chad. We're all Chads here. Who's got to play? What we looking at? What we looking at? Amor Fati Trav is requesting it. TLT at 50. That's for today? Like, wow. I didn't purchase anything. I accidentally sent out a stream alert, but it went to the long-term alerts. So I sold out a GPCR. But the last long-term play was a MO. You bought MO and Ford. I like it. There is a lot of, I mean, we could go over the earnings. I wanted to get you guys the previews. They're not fucking out yet. I don't know why. Let me actually double check, but yeah, we should go over. I was going to do it on the watch list if I could. There you go. I got one finally. So I think I'll just do this on the watch list. We could do it live, but I think I'll make you guys. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Interesting. Well, because pretty much I think what you need to be looking for is the earnings that have lower guidance versus not. I think this earnings season will be simple. If you beat earnings, you're going to go up. If you miss, you're going to go down. If you had more than like 1 or 2 guide ups or guide downs, then the waters are muddied. But essentially, you want to look for the lower expectations that people have. That's what we really want to be looking out for. F350. Josh answers. You'll find it. You'll find it. Don't worry. But I have some of them. But yeah, I was going to go over them and pretty much just highlight which ones were there. I made plays. I made plays on Microsoft, Intel, ARC, and Meta. I actually made option plays today. And I went for just a couple $100 both ways or one way on each one. But I made some of them. Again, we were down in the morning, so it was still kind of weird. We bottom ticked Meta, and that option is down. I literally bought weekly calls like right here out of the money, and we were still clapped. But then the Microsofts went up, the Intels were up, and then they came back to break even. So we got some plays for this week already set up on just in case, but there is other plays to watch for. But that does bring up the good point. You could always wait till after, but I think if you do good, you will get a reward. PXD on the low. Pioneer. That was the other buyout, no? PXD and like Dominion. Again, Chevron today bought Hessington. Hessington Oil. ARC, Kathy Woods. I bought calls on ARC. Why? Because Bill Ackman covered his bond play. So with earnings, biotech's down, and then any sort of anything tied to bonds, I mean, I love the correlation of ARC and interest rates. So it's kind of at a death zone or not, but I figured I'd get some time on some of those calls. Just kind of a weird earnings play mixed in with, again, just like ghetto bonds, like I'm saying. Like the ghettoist of the bonds, kind of high risk, high reward. I went to January on ARC. Where is the earnings? We've not gone over 3M, no. So I want to see the earnings list right now. Show me what you're working with. No? Okay. I know y'all seen these stocks before, but now it's the earnings time. Bow. No, they don't. You guys are too young for that. It's okay. So am I, but I figured it out. Yeah, you got Coca-Cola tomorrow. I mean, you have these after hours, but like honestly, if you like any of these companies, that's a personal decision. We still love you, but I'm not. Maybe CLF, maybe Logitech. For the headsets back in the day. We could go over the ones in the morning. I could cover these for you guys. Since a watch list won't help you. And then everything else, what I'm going to try to do on the watch list tonight is compile all of the previews and put them together. And then just literally highlight which ones have lowered guidance and which ones are not lowered guidance. So then that way you kind of know the number, which ones have an easier mark to beat and which ones are going to be a little bit more confusing. So we'll go over all of these. We'll start with Coca-Cola. And we'll go down the list or whatever's available too. I got to check. I don't even know. RTX is definitely going to get clapped. They got clapped the last two earnings. But then they'll be like, we have a new surprise order. I don't know why. Trump says only Jesus Christ can clear threshold to become speaker. He's like, damn, Jesus could pull the 217 votes. I don't know. Jesus wasn't a politician. And then they killed him. But, interesting statement. What did you hear? I'm not too sure. I think something, it's his appeal to the religious side. Who killed Jesus? Hillary. No, the people back in the day. I think it was it the Romans, technically? Okay, I got Coca-Cola. Let me double check. One more thing. Okay, you're going down. I'm getting you these earnings I need to check one thing with the previews. There might be another earnings estimate. So I want to see all estimates. I want to see how it stacks up against this. Accenture expands cybersecurity capabilities in Latin America. ACN. ASON's on the high. They got downgraded. MMM. We're going to go over that, but hold on. Okay. So I have Coca-Cola, but I want to see what this is expected. Net revenue of 11.4. Yeah, 11.435. Let me see one more. Okay, so the company, interesting. That's the guidance low, though. All right, because there's multiple estimates. You get some of here, but like some of these are off by a little bit, or I need to verify which ones are from the company or not. This is what I wanted to do after hours on all of these. But no worries. So you have Coca-Cola. This is Coca-Cola. They report tomorrow morning. Revenue is expected to be $11.44 billion. Europe and Middle East and Africa, $2 billion. Latin America, $1.43 billion. North America, $445 billion. Asia Pacific, $1.46 billion. Global Ventures, $730, and then Bottling, $1.7 billion. Organic revenue growth of 7% is expected. Europe, Middle East, and Africa, 7.4%. Latin America, 15%. North America, 5%. Asia Pacific, 8%. Global 7.9 and Bottling 5.1. Gross margin expected to be 59.5. Operating margin 29.7. EPS of 69 cents. Full year guidance, organic revenue of 8.9% or 8 to 9%, comparable net revenues, non-GAAP 3 to 4%, underlying effective tax rate, non-GAAP 19.3%, comparable currency neutral EPS growth 9 to 11%, and then comparable EPS growth 5 to 6%. Price history since July. Coca-Cola is down 13.2, S&P is down 5.5, and then XLP consumer staples are down 10.4. Long-term or near-term options imply a 3% move for earnings. Last quarter, they moved up 1. The quarter before that, down 0, then down 2, then up by 2. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten consensus 16 of the last 20 with 4 in line. Not bad. Honestly, they sound decent. Everything is just, they sound like a stable ass stock. I wanted to, let me see the margin numbers though. I'm just double checking. Because I think I could get more in-depth estimates, but I just want to make sure. Latin America, 1-1. Yeah, I have the lowered one, so I have to update I think this one, if I don't have the comparable guidance number, but like, I got to show you, but like Latin America, I have right now, the average estimate here is 1.0 billion instead of 1.4. So I have the same revenue of 11.4, but the breakdown is a little weirder. Let's see, not bad though. Let me check EPS. 0.69. All right, that's all matched up. And then we still haven't like made a quick move yet. Rundown for Teladoc. The Teladoc play, I think that goes till January. We made that one free, but we still have a little. It has like $200 in it still. It's down from where we got it, but you have till January on that. You need them to kill it on earnings. No, Snap. I'm going to do the ones after hours on tonight's watch list. So then, because again, I could get you more info. That's why, but like what I want you to know, like this, all these numbers are important, but these ones are going to report in the morning tomorrow. But like, especially for the big companies, we want to know if there's like a significant guide down in expectations, because that's, you just have to beat tomorrow. But then again, too, if it is too deep of a guide down, then you'll have an idea of what people are thinking into it. But there's somewhere the bar has been lowered into all of it. So now Verizon, then GE, then RTX. Lunar's on the high. And honestly, we could speed. Do you guys even like care about this stuff? Because we could just go to how the stocks have moved and then the basic numbers. So like I'll get you the same exact thing, but instead of like going over segments, I'm just gonna go over like the main statistics. So even in this case, it's too big. I gotta like change it around, but this is all that you're really gonna need. Because these guidance numbers, because like even then the guidance numbers might even be like weird. So please hold. Ford. If it report in the morning, I will do for you right now, Habibi. If you're not on the morning, please take a number. Take the number, you know. Take a number, wait for DMV to call you. And we will call your number when you're ready. Thank you for shopping at the stock market MV. Like the video. Shukran. All right, so this is for your boy Verizon. Revenue is expected to be $33.27 billion, EBITDA $12.0 billion, EPS $1.18, CapEx $4.3 billion, free cash flow $5.25. And then full year guidance for the year, EPS of $4.55 to $4.85, EBITDA of $47 to $48.5 billion, total wireless service revenue 2.5% to 4.5%, CapEx $18.2 to $19.2 billion. Price since last July, last quarter, Verizon is down 8.6, S&P is down 5.3, and XLC is up by 2.3. So this was actually, I think, a day earlier. So that 5.3, again, this number, depending on when I have it, it's going to be different. Options imply a 4.8% move. Again, this one's a little dated. Last 4 quarters, Verizon went up 1, up 2, and then loss of 4. Revenue has beaten consensus 11 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. This is for Verizon Wireless. It's your boy. Can you hear me now? I feel like that's how he would have done his intro if he was personified. Anyways, the next one, GE. Oh, I have a video. I need to show you it. GE is in all sorts of businesses, man. You know that? Two hostages released by Hamas today are both Israeli citizens. Man, this thing keep getting in my way. All right, this is for General Electric. We'll keep it general, keep it basic. Disney on the high. Ho, ho, ho. So this is General Electric, adjusted revenue $15.51 billion, adjusted operating income $1.27 billion, full year December adjusted revenue $62.3 billion, adjusted operating income $5.27 billion, EPS of since last close or full year guidance again, leading into December. EPS 210 excluding items, adjusted free cash flow 4.1 to 4.6, adjusted organic revenue up in the low double digits LDD range. Since last close July, they're down 2.4, S&P down 5.3, and XLI Industrials down 8.3. Near-term options imply a 6% move. Last 4 earnings, they gained 6, lost 2, gain of 1, and then loss of 0. Revenue has beaten consensus 12 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. Not bad. You know, GE, not bad. Next up, RTX. For all the little warmongers out there. No, this is your guys' moment. You guys aren't like, I thought you guys were gonna cheer or something. Be like, woo, we love war. No, that's not. Are you sure? That's what. Yeah, boo, boo. There you go. That's more appropriate. Amen. Amen. Even though I'm in a RTX position, but it's besides the point. LMT. LMT. All right. So now it's your boy, Lil Chicle on the market too. This is your boy, RTX. Revenue is expected to be $18.6 billion. Adjusted operating income of $2.14 billion. EPS of $1.22. Full year guidance, adjusted EPS $4.95 to $5.05. Adjusted sales $73 to $74 billion. Reported sales of $67.5 to $68.5. Free cash flow of $4.3 billion. Share repurchase of $3 billion of RTX shares. Since last close, RTX is down 23.8%. S&P down 6.1 or 5.3, and then XLI is down 9.2. Near-term options imply a 4.9% move. Last four quarter percentage moves. Last earnings, loss of 10, loss of 1, gain of 3, loss of 2. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten consensus 20 of the last 20 quarters. It's a decent sized candle. I mean, if it materializes in like compounds, but we'll see. Okay. All right, next up is 3M. You guys want 3M? Oh, damn. So I can't do 3M. I'm trying to load it up. It says, you're a baby back bitch. It's not loading. I'm trying. I'm just messing with you. I know you wanted 3M. I got you. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You guys just didn't cheer for the last one. Grayscale gets court order in fight with SEC over Bitcoin ETF. Grayscale ruling sends Bitcoin ETF approval back to SEC. SEC told next steps to take with Grayscale Bitcoin ETF plans. So, wait, does that mean the SEC has to or what? Coin is coming down off of it. Where's even GBTC? Take it. That's the one. I mean, that's who it's going to affect. I did. I got that shelf knocked out quick, bro. I got that shelf knocked out quick. And then we went. There's like a meteor shower. We watched like a ghetto meteor shower. I saw like stardust. I didn't see no shooting stars. Grayscale wouldn't need a CUSIP because GBTC is already trading. I don't know. I don't know what any of this means. I think because it's either, I don't know if this is like a new ETF or, again, if it's related to Grayscale, again, GBTC is literally the Grayscale Bitcoin. But, well, right now, this is just a trust. I don't know if this is considered a ETF as of now. I don't even know. I own Coca-Cola, yes. Coin was selling off and then moving. See, though, keep your eyes on all the crypto plays now. That news is coming out. Could be a driver. Just throughout the day, I mean, certain headlines, we would start driving. Bitcoin pairs gains. What do you mean? No, Bitcoin is up 6%. I guess it dropped below 32,000. Well, 31,000 was the point everyone was freaking out at. Coin SRFM. What's this? VKTX. That thing is going back to break even now. This thing has not even moved. DHI on the high. Hey, ma'am. Why is Ackman covering considered bullish? I mean, the bond just moved up after that. I think sentiment really liked it. I mean, he probably is going to spend money to buy it. I mean, we've had this discussion in the morning. I don't think one cover, one buyer, even if a lot of people followed, it's very hard to outweigh the government supply. But for the most part, just people like the general attitude of not shorting bonds. And then he was talking about other risks, about the economy and things being worse off. But it just helped ease pressure. The real question is if does this last, and that's still very hard to answer, because last time we had any semblance of gap down, feeling bad, bonds hitting a new high and then rallying up, we rallied for the next week, but then shortly thereafter, I mean, that opened up the door to another 0.25% higher, sadly. According to Grayscale, they're operationally ready to convert GBTC into a spot ETF. I don't know. I think general sentiment is what I'd be watching for with any of that Bitcoin stuff. Because, again, we had the earlier news about it. Yeah, Hamas has released 2 elderly Israeli hostages in Gaza. Both released hostages are Israeli women. GBTC is still trading at a discount, correct? Yeah, this looks more like the NASDAQ than damn, what's it called? Than Bitcoin. Are you excited for 3M? It's not loading. My AOL 24-hour trial expired. So I have to get another one before I can continue. I'm just kidding, man. I love you. Okay, I love you. So here's 3M. Revenue $18.6 billion. That's what's expected. Adjusted operating income of $2.14 billion. EPS of $1.22. Full year guidance. Oh, wait. No, is this RTX? Hold on. I think this is RTX. Yeah, why? I thought I had. Oh, no, I have it here. Sorry. We already went over RTX. Massive drop and pop. I mean, watch the crypto plays again. GBTC, it's kind of tweaking out, but it's still like gently rising, kind of aggressively. It's up 3.6. So here is 3M. 3M revenue $7.99 billion versus guidance of 18 to 21%. So let me double check this one though, because that one is a very obscure guide. I want to know which one's which. I got 7.9. Pentagon has stated that it will hold Iran responsible for any attacks on U.S. troops in response to potential threats. The U.S. has deployed additional forces to the Middle East to safeguard its personnel in the region. Politico. Yeah, 7.9. The low end of guidance is like $8 billion, though. This is for 3M. So the company is saying 18 to 21, but again, most analysts are 7.99. Safety and industrial, we don't need those. Adjusted operating income, $1.66 billion. Adjusted operating margin, 20.7%. EPS of $2.34 versus guidance of $2.25 to $2.40. EPS on the year, 860 to 910 excluding items. Adjusted total sales growth, loss of 5 to loss of 1. Adjusted operating cash flow, 5.9 to 6.3 billion. Since last closed, 3M is down 16.3%, S&P down 7.3%, and then XLB down 10.6. Near-term options imply a 4.7% move. Last earnings, gain of 5, loss of 1, loss of 6, gain of 0. 14 of the last 20 quarters, they have beaten on revenue with 1 in line, and then EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. And then you guys want ADM, Archer Daniels, isn't that? ADM, Archer Daniels Midland. For my farmers out there, where are my Archer Daniels holders? I know we have some Archer's Daniels. I feel you say Archer's Daniel. You have to communicate it like this. Archer's Daniels. Indeed. Archer's Daniels, ADM. Revenue $23.7 billion, adjusted segment operating profit $1.4 billion, full year guidance capex $1.3 billion. ADM is down 9.5% since July, S&P down 4 or to 9 depending on what metric, and then XLP down 10.7. Near term options imply 4.5% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 4, loss of 6, loss of 1, gain of 2, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. Yeah, this one not so much. And then next up, young Spotify. I'm still long on 3M. Yes, I like them. Do it in AI voice now? Are you sure? Because I could go to the bathroom. I'm down. Honestly, you just started it. Might as well. Sorry, guys.
What's up, mother effer? You just spawned me. Get a long term. I love you.
Hello, Chatadonia. What if I made a watch list talking like this? I was going to do it the other day and make it extremely serious, but I didn't want any of you worried. This is the Josh AI. ARM was on the high today, and we tried to figure out what was going on. ARM is actually popping right now. ARM, bro. ARM. Arm. Say it a lot fast over and over again. ARM. ARM. Big pop, but now it's coming back down. ARM Holdings. Nope, I'm not seeing it. Where is it? No, I don't see it. That was a weird-ass pop. Again, moving on. No headlines on that. Well, I want to give you the spot of Intel knife. What is this? NVIDIA plans to enter PC chip market with ARM-based CPU chip as early as 2025, says sources. So there it is. NVIDIA getting into PCs. ARM up, Intel down. This one's actually pretty big news here. So you got a host of plays to go after. You don't really see who's running off of it, but that's pretty big news. Literally, NVIDIA and then Microsoft has encouraged chip firms to focus on powering new artificial intelligence features in Windows. That's sources. Not. What about AMD? Is ARM still going? ARM's kind of flat over here. AMD's getting clapped by it again. You have Intel. Is NVIDIA going up on it? Honestly, I think ARM would be the one to move, but ARM is staying kind of chilled. Very interesting. This guy's crazy, man. NVIDIA, I mean, ARM is the only one. Again, ARM seems to be the one to partner with NVIDIA, but it's not doing what, I mean, NVIDIA's just not even reacting. And then Intel's just getting murdered off of it. That's again, you would think who's the winner. You would think ARM would go up, but ARM is acting like nothing is going on. Yeah, I think Intel down, ARM is up on that, but we will see. ARM is barely up. I mean, again, watch out. It's very weird right now. Oh, I forgot I put Intel up here. And then NVIDIA just barely moved on any of that. Intel reports on Thursday. Yeah, we made an earnings play on it, so that was in anticipation. It just says sources. And then again, Microsoft is coming out with some other headline right now. What are they saying? They've encouraged chip firms to focus on powering new AI intelligence features in Windows. So again, see if your boy bounces. AMD, they're kind of holding up. But again, Intel seems to be the big loser. NVIDIA got nothing. ARM got a little pop and then gave it back. Intel's getting murdered off of that. Again, they were barely. Intel still has some juice, but they've also given some up over the last couple of days. So we will see. CBay, DraftKings still. DraftKings actually running. Intel got a nice 30-cent pop there off the bottom. See if that ends up holding. Yeah, 2 more hostages were released. Yes, that was confirmed a little bit ago. I don't know if the Pentagon has actually, or in the White House, but we'll see. Oh, that one went to the long term again? No way. Dude, my bad. What the fuck is happening? Are you sure? Nah, bro. Oh, wait. Where'd it go? Yeah, my bad. I don't know. That one's kind of hella useful, though. So, I hope you enjoy it. I don't know if that is, again, I don't know. That's the power of stream alerts for you. Yeah. So, again, that one, I don't even know if CNBC or anybody else is talking about that yet. U.S. destroyed 2 drones in Syria, no damage. All right, ARM is starting to go up off of that now. Mara, too, in those cryptos. SMCI. Bro, that's the other one, but he's not even moving. It's already just ripping. ARM's getting kicked. Now NVIDIA, are people just picking this up now? Let's see. Will take a proportionate action to defend forces, U.S. CENTCOM.
I've heard that before. Steve.
I don't know. I think it's still kind of early. Greedy long here. I mean, we need bonds and everything else to like really confirm before we start going any greedy longs. That's a very interesting one. Again, NVIDIA, SMCI, ARM starting to move up a little bit. Where's your boy Intel? Intel getting clapped. Again, AMD too. Now they're starting to move. I don't know if this has to get more coverage, but now NVIDIA looks like it have news on the high ticker. So let's see. Then there's ARM as well. Mm-mm. 4239. SPY's barely moving. Yeah, we're staying chill. Beto, Bitcoin. Again, we had that GBTC news not too long ago. That's actually still working up. SMCI and NVIDIA again. Beto is starting to work. Reuters link on the NVIDIA thing, so there you go. I think that is the first circular. Wait till Bloomberg and CNBC. I didn't make a play, so, I mean, you might have your advantage. Usually, if we make a play and then we report on it too soon, it goes in the back. But, yeah, NVIDIA has quietly began designing central processing units that would run Microsoft's Windows operating system and use tech from ARM Holdings. Two people familiar with the matter told Reuters. But it's a fly article, NVIDIA coming after Intel's stronghold. So it may not be as big. NVIDIA began designing, what does that say, ARM-based PC chips for Windows, Reuters. This is the IPO price, I think, right? No? A little bit higher. Yeah, so that's still going. Again, NVIDIA got a little bit of it. Is see if Intel's still dying. Yeah, Intel's taking another knife down, and now you're kind of getting opposite between Intel and ARM, which would make sense, but we will see. $51 was the IPO price. Yeah, 51. They didn't ask for as much. Where's the other ones? I'm still in those carts too for October. They're clapped a little. And then Clavio, Cavill. NVIDIA again. Intel is also going lower here. Where's ARM? I'm waiting for ARM to hit the high ticker. NVIDIA could sell ARM-based chips as soon as 2025. So there you go. I mean, take some 2 years delay to see if Intel reacts. ARM is still going. And then MSTR, Monster, NVIDIA, even the crypto plays kind of goes hand in hand. No, NVIDIA makes GPUs. NVIDIA is saying that they're going to start, or there's a report that NVIDIA is going to start making CPUs. So not just graphics. You sit next to your girl at a booth at dinner or across from her. I have to sit next to her. I'm used to sitting across, but like my girlfriend's like a little baby. And she like would complain. She's like, why don't you sit next to me? And I'm like, why the fuck would I sit next to you? But now like that's all I do. So like we hella go to places and I'm like moving tables and shit to sit next to her. There's ARM though. Again, I think we were just really early on it and then the market's still kind of welcome to low liquidity land. It says ARM is starting to rip. Yeah, Intel down. Now you're getting ARM breaking out again. This is IPO, so it has more movement. You already saw NVIDIA. NVIDIA was comatose, and then it started going crazy. It's hitting. It's confirmed on Reuters now. Damn, you got that free stream alert really early on that too, bro. So now welcome to what it's like. But yeah, hitting. I'm telling you, right? This stupid reporting. Again, I took this one a little calmer, but I hope you see it. Like, bro, headlines. It just all depends on how everybody wants to cover it. But I'm surprised that took that long to hit red. I got free stream alerts. I won't lie. So then I'll ban you until you fix it. Sound like a deal? Good. You ain't even helpful, huh? You just want to flex. Damn, ARM 6% now. There it is. Bro, you got it. You got it ahead of time. It just hit CNBC now. Well, my work here is done, Chad. My work here is done. You got it.
Price down 2.5%.
Oh, is this it?
4%.
Yeah.
In this report, too, it's not just NVIDIA that's working on this new CPU chip for PCs. AMD is said to also be working on a version. Both AMD as well as NVIDIA are working on these PC chips using ARM's. You can call it ARM's language, ARM's blueprint. So there's a lot of collaboration between these companies. ARM's, we know, just went public not too long ago, but this is not good news for Intel, given it dominates the space. And now you have two big chip makers potentially entering.
Oh, I wanted to see ARM. I was just going to ask for it, but we threw it up there. It's up 6%.
Yeah, we did. It was
as you would expect, right? ARM, NVIDIA higher, Intel lower, AMD. Well, that remains to be seen. But I appreciate that, Christina, very much. We'll be back to you in just a little bit if we get any more on that story. But we'll certainly follow it. And NVIDIA, by the way, all those mega cap stocks.
Yeah, ARM at 51 now, bro. ARM just took off. So literally, you had this little segment right in here. But like, dude, there was 5 minutes of the news being out and us saying nothing is moving off of it. But there it is. You got it. You could have snaked the chain on that. If that went, if you got, especially in these candles here, that latest pop, because again, even as the news was coming out, I mean, nothing was moving. Watch even SMCI as well and any of those other ones. I think any way you could have cut it up, you could have done good on that. Again, even if you went shares, it went up straight up. I'll check the options. Yeah, Intel's getting murked off of it. That's unfortunate. I wanted to wait to even get some of those puts, too. I thought it would go up, but now we got hit with the news. So remember, they have earnings literally on Thursday. ARM is going straight up now. Yeah, those ARMs went from 20 cents to $1, though. But, like, you could have hit these. So by the time, even if you had the long-term alerts, the options were still 30 cents. They were up 30%, I would say, but those just went up to 400% or 500% easy. Yeah, so no, that was great. You could have even FOMO'd those at the end and still hit it. So it's been a while since you've seen like a AI headline move that wasn't like good or bad earnings. Yeah, Intel, I mean, again, Intel's going to have the put premium rocket up now too, unfortunately. Remember, Intel, that was the only option play that went up for us in the morning. We only grabbed the calls for earnings. Now those are clapped. Now those are down 50%. So that 3% move just clobbered the options, and now the puts are up. Yeah, Intel clobbered, ARM rewarded, and then NVIDIA, SMCI pretty much in the middle, but ARM did very, very good off of that. Again, NVIDIA news of them getting into CPUs. It made that pop after CNBC covered it. Again, Bloomberg even talked about it too. They're talking about bonds now, though. So for the most part, though, a little bit of a news catalyst. Like I've been saying, every day, I feel like throughout the day, we've gotten like a lot of random updates, whether it's a buyout, M&A activity, activist investor, and now, some groundbreaking, if that's how you want to put it, news out of ARM and NVIDIA. Chips are dumping. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a huge competitor, Habibi, huge competitor. Biden lie. What's up, motherfucker?
Today, thanks to the Biden-Harris administration,
fuck yeah, it's me.
I can return to my community and proudly say we are a tech hub. We brought together 38 consortium partners, academic institutions, local startups, major corporations, and our regional economic organizations and electeds to position our region as a global hub for predictive technologies that improve health and well-being. Over the next decade, we envision the economic impact could be staggering. More than $4.2 billion and 52,000 jobs could be created through this innovation. We found ourselves a real partner in this endeavor. Thanks to President Biden's leadership and the support of our state and local partners, Baltimore is poised to become one of the world's top biotech and artificial intelligence hubs. And so many communities just like ours are now set to become true economic powerhouses. It is now my honor and my privilege to introduce a true champion for innovation, President Joe Biden.
Slammer. Biden.
Folks, Mark, thank you very much for the introduction.
Thanks, Mark. We love you, Mark.
Look, a little over a year ago, I signed the
lower.
Bipartisan Chips and Science Act. That act did two things. Excuse me, I have a little bit of a cold. Okay. First, it's a historic investment in bringing the semiconductor industry back to America. We invented the semiconductors. Those little computer chips are about the size of the tip of your little finger.
Fuck yeah.
They affect nearly everything in our lives, from cell phones to automobiles, refrigerators, to the most sophisticated weapon systems we have.
All right, Spy going a little lower.
America invented these chips. But over time, we went from producing only 40% of the world's chips down to producing just over 10%.
To Lithuania.
And as a result
I don't know if that's
of
what's
the Chips and Science Act, the semiconductor companies all over the world are investing over $100 billion to bring chip production back to the United States.
Bonds are holding up, kind of.
I've visited
Spies going
almost
lower.
every major center.
Again, that last hour there, that low of the hour, we
wanna
are
be
going
here,
a little lower
building
here.
the chips here in America.
4229, you're closer
Second,
to breaking even.
The bill created what we call tech hubs as part of the bill. A tech hub is we're going to invest in critical technologies like biotechnology, critical materials, quantum computing, advanced manufacturing. So the U.S. will lead the world again in innovation across the board. These hubs all around the country will bring together private industry, higher education, state and local governments, tribes, and organized labor. Today, we're announcing that 31 tech hubs spread across the entire company will be able to compete for up to $75 million each to accelerate and scale up their work. And I want to thank Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Senator Todd Young and Representative Representative Joe Morelli and Susan Wild for their work to make this happen. Representatives from many of these hubs are in the screen behind me. And in front of me, that's why I was starting to look to see whether they were still there. The work they're doing is transformational. For example,
bro, this is weird.
A tech hub in Wisconsin is going to bring together research.
Is that Kamala
labs,
Harris?
Medical device.
Who is that? And then why is Lori Logan or whatever?
What are technology that supports personalized medicine,
I'm so fucking confused.
like tests, treatments, and therapy specifically tailored to a patient's genetic code.
It's like a weird
and
TikTok.
medical records.
Quantum technology.
It's going to save a lot of lives. In the
critical materials.
Ohio, the largest concentration of rubber and plastic manufacturing in North America. In the Ohio hub, businesses and universities are going to come together to develop sustainable plastic and rubber technology that can be produced with fewer emissions and is able to be recycled and is biodegradable and is non-toxic, which is going to significantly impact on the environment. These hubs are also making sure workers get the skills they need to do these jobs. For example, with the leadership of Majority Leader Schumer, a hub in upstate New York is going to support a workforce training program for New York's semiconductor industry, which, by the way, has seen tens of billions of dollars in new investment because of the Chips and Science Act. This hub will have a particular focus on training people from communities historically left behind, like women, people of color, to work in the semiconductor industry. The list goes on. We're doing this from coast to coast and in the heartland and red states and blue states, small towns, cities of all sizes. All this is part of my strategy to invest in America and invest in Americans. It's working. We're creating good jobs in communities all across the country, including places where for decades factories have been shut down, hollowed out when jobs moved overseas.
50%, one candle, led you.
Over the past few decades, these communities lost more than jobs. They lost their sense of dignity, of opportunity, sense of pride. We're going to change all that. Tech hubs are going to bring this work to where people live in communities all across America.
Intel kind of bouncing.
The press has started to call my plan Bidenomics. Well, under Bidenomics, you don't have to leave home or your family to get a good job. For too long, science and innovation and economic opportunities that came with it were concentrated on the coast. As a country, we used to invest 2% of our gross domestic product in research and development. Now it's 0.7%. How can you lead the world when you no longer lead in research and development? My plan is to changing that. Under Bidenomics, we're going to make sure America's future is
Senator
made
Bob
in America.
Menendez pleads not guilty
It's leading to
to charge of
manufacturing boom,
conspiracy to
attracting over
act as
$600
foreign
billion
agent.
so far in private investment in American manufacturing
Okay, I'm gonna go
and
pee.
our clean energy
If it's
future.
still the same speech.
For too long, we looked around
They
the
hyped
world
this
to
thing
find,
up, bro,
corporations
but it's
looked
the
around
same
world to
one.
find the cheapest employment and then imported the products they made, the foreign product. Now, we're creating American jobs and exporting American products. And that's good for everybody. These tech hubs will be transformational, and they're part of a long line of transformational investments we've made since I took office. And as a result, I truly believe this country is about to take off. Because for the first time in a long time, we're investing in America, and we're investing in American people. We're investing in our future. I can honestly say I've never been more optimistic about America's future. I want to thank you, and I'm going to leave you now with Secretary Gina Raimondo, who's been the engine behind this effort. And she's going to lead the discussion with representatives from these tech hubs on the screen behind me for all of you to see. I apologize. I have to go to the situation with another issue that I have to deal with. But thank you, thank you, thank you.
Pope Francis spoke with you spoke with Pope Francis by phone yesterday.
I did.
How did that conversation impact you? What did you take away from that conversation with Pope Francis?
I'll answer this one question. The Pope and I are on the same page. He was very, very interested in what we were doing to deal with some of the crises that we're facing, particularly in Israel this time around. And I laid out to him what the game plan was, how we thought we should be providing the kind of assistance to Israel that needed. And the Pope was across the board supportive of what we're doing. Thank you.
Is the U.S. supporting the hostages for a ceasefire deal?
How does he get out of this room? Oh, man, they cut him off. They said, fuck you. Even if he answered it, they said, beep. Tune in to our next update while we tell you what's going on in somewhere else. I had many ways to take that joke. I chose peace. I chose peace. I chose peace. Oh, my goodness. That's good, though. Even the timing. My goodness, man. I was looking down at the clock, though. You guys know it's power hour, right? This is wild. We only have 40 minutes, man. So thank you for Monday, Chad. I hope your day flew by as fast as my day flew by. We got that news early on ARM. Even if you had long-term alerts, you got that. Nobody missed that, no matter what, man. So hope you guys got that one. But either way, it's a very wild day so far. If you haven't been here since the morning, I mean, you could chalk it up to Bill Ackman. Is all in favor? I don't know. You tell me. Besides that, I mean, we woke up one way, we're ending up the other, but I think you never know. We got 40 more minutes, but so far it seems a little bit of Bill Ackman, but I don't know if Bill Ackman is as permanent up until tomorrow. We'll see where that goes from there, bro. We'll see where that goes from there. So many bills. Pfizer dumping. Yeah, there's competition in the chip industry. But shh. It's a tinfoil joke. No? Okay. I just got banned again. Fuck. I own Pfizer. I don't care. I own Pfizer. Bank of America dying. XLF has been a trip all day. The back and forth of that, very weird. And then again, Hawaii, Bank of Hawaii. I was just trying to say too many things there. But Bank of Hawaii, they had good earnings. That was a good regional. Remember Friday? I can't shake it. The bad regionals on Friday. RF regional. Ugh. It was hideous. But yeah, good news there in that space today. Other than that, banks, I think Goldman was the leader on the day, which was weird. Kenvue. Ugh. Kenvue's a trip. Bank of America. I hate it, but I mean, I love it and I hate it. I mean, I do think the banks, I mean, they're losing money, but it's just opportunity. But then it's so like they could have been making so much. That's the crazy part. It's like, imagine if these banks never bought these held to maturity stuff. It's like they're good. And then if there is ever a rate cut, that's immediate value unlocked. But I feel all the banks, bro, all the banks, the city plays clap too. Anything. I mean, that's one of many, but the banks have been a much longer ride down. Might be the next base. No, I don't think it would. All right, you're dropping below VWAP. My goodness. 4226. So you're about to go break even, man. NASDAQ is up by 5.5, but then you have Dow Jones down by 0.4. Russell SPY's only 0.5, 0.6. A couple of those small caps running, or again, that lead you play. I keep seeing that, but you're about to fill the gap again or just go back to the opening. Oh, my goodness. What a day. Like I said, that cushion all day. It looked better up here, but the bonds are holding the cushion. Even the bonds have given up like 0.5% here. TLT has from the top. I heard Biden say he has to go to the situation room, but like, I don't know if there's an immediate situation or if he's old, referring to like, you know, like he just had to be there like 4 hours ago and he's like, I gotta go to the situation room. You know what I'm saying? That could be the bathroom for all I know. Yeah, bro. I have no idea. But you're starting to dump a little bit. Hamas accuses Israel, this is like 5 minutes ago, of assassinating its senior member, Omar Dragma, who is held in Israel prison. Whoa. Negotiations to release hostages are stalled due to Hamas's demand for fuel, as reported by Wall Street Journal. That's old, but this other one still, it's like 4 minutes old. Hamas accuses we assassinated Omar Dragma. So, I mean, we'll see. Let's let the day settle, but if this is the drop and we actually stay down from here, I mean, it will correlate with that headline. That's the only other thing you got there right now, but I didn't think a fucking Hamas headline. Again, last time we had killed a senior member, it was Soleimani. We killed him like a dog. I'm telling you, like a dog. We found him. We hunted him down. Oh, he cried to his mommy. That's what we did. And then the Iran, I believe, attacked us the next day, or there was somebody else. They attacked that Iraqi U.S. Air Force base. No, I'm not joking. He died. He died a horrible death because he's an evil terrorist. Killed him like a dog out there in the street. Boom, missile gone. Oh, man, the shit was insane. Have you heard that? Was it the Shane Gillis joke? I think he said, it was like, you could tell Trump had no military training because when he described some of it, he just described it like a normal person who like watching something goes crazy. They just came in and boom, just boom, explosions everywhere, and they attacked everything. Exactly. All right, man, little dump. That's again, we had a little Hamas headline. I didn't think, not even little, it's pretty big if it is true. But at the same time, I mean, we've dealt with a lot of back and forth between Hamas and bond headlines, but going down a little bit. Ralph Balbosa got a special on Netflix this week. Oh, hell yeah. Did you notice I was gone for a while? A little bit, but like you would tune in every now and then with a couple of plays. It was good. It was good, man. Yeah, VKTX, I think we're green on that now, but that thing has not moved at all. Like, it's been hella boring. Yeah, or break even after the average down. 1051 is my price. You think they're all fake pumps? What? On the market? No, I mean, everything is, I think this last 3 months shows you it don't matter how it pump, it could get taken out. But then again, like again, that's why I think crypto's kind of worrisome. Take two again. We had that one up earlier. And then again, I mean, VC has been all the rave lately. So that one's going up. But if anything, I mean, bonds, that's all I care about. And I can't, I'm telling you, we have dude, it's fucked up. Like, you've been traumatized already. Like, I'm telling you, even if we bounce, I can't even, bro, even by Friday, I can't even tell you this is good. Because we've done this before. We did this 2 weeks ago. We gapped down on the bonds and then got a bid. You staged this rally. Everybody felt nice and flowery all of a sudden. And then you're right back down again. So it's this borderline. We don't know what it's going to take a long time here. But for the most part, I do hope that the earnings give you clarity. But you do also got a little bit of data this week. So I think things are vulnerable, but not everything has to be fake and try to understand the bigger drivers here, utilize patience, while at the same time, velocity picks up and goes away. That still is hovering and remaining. And again, even check out the move index. Bonds are all the rave right now too. There's a lot going on in that world. GBTC for the long term, you got to count me out. I see it as an arbitrage play, but I don't know about owning it. ARM is going up again, 51.7 now. Oh yeah, ARM is up 8. That's running. That news was a hitter. Right now we're playing the Middle East game a little bit, but it's not. Again, it's like Middle East or bonds. Which one do you want to worry about? ARM is running up again, so you don't know. I don't think if the bonds are moving on the Middle East, they would be catching a fat bid beyond this. But it's very hard to say that with like every week. Again, today's bid was from Ackman before, but he is blaming other risks in the world. So we'll see, but it's still, again, all still very traumatizing. Because last week, 2 weeks ago, you had recovery, but then that didn't even last. So, we're into just a whole nother difference. Like, it's just a whole nother issue. Because now, if the bonds keep doing that we're going to spend 2 weeks at a time just thinking you're good, but then it's working you down. I mean, the best part about this, though, no matter what, 4,200, I mean, that's really what matters. We were talking about in the morning. We held up. I mean, see if we close there. SPY is now red. Oh, my friends. SPY is now gone back to red. So this is your break-even fight here. AOE Live, what's that? Is it the Spider-Man game? Or is that Age of Empires? Yeah, that's Age of Empires, right? Yeah, bro, you're crazy. Age of Empires? For real? I'm down. I don't have it on my computer, but I'm down. I love that game. Bloomberg pump on ARM or what? I mean, that's cool. Either way, it got the CNBC pump. I dabble in Raid Shadow Legends. They wanted me to be a sponsor. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but I thought it was funny when some of you told me you had a Raid Shadow Legends phase. Like, some of you told me you spent, like, mad money on that game. That's, like, so crazy to me. There's no way y'all got into Raid Shadow Legends and dropped the bag on it. But then again, like, I have a My Player, so I'm not, like, please don't take any judgment from me. Chiclay, this is open right now. This is break even. You still got another. This is 330 ramp capital as well, too. So let's see what happens. But this is that line. This is your danger zone. This is the death zone. Not even danger. This is death. Again, 4,200 is a very important level here. So we will have to see everything but the yen. Again, yen and bonds are friends. I think maybe that Ackman stuff is helping, too. Oh, shit, we need to finish more of the earnings. I had Spotify earnings. And then we went to the headlines, and then things started getting crazy. You hate these bulls so much? Okay. Do you have a long term, sir? If so, I understand. If you have a long term, it's just like picking favorites when you have children. Other than that, I would just get the long term. Be at peace. The bulls are your siblings. They're not to be hated. You ever think about that? Bulls and bears, more of a sibling rivalry than an actual war. Market on close, 13 million to the buy side. What the fuck? That's it? Spotify's tomorrow morning. What do you mean? 130 million or 13 million? $13 million. That's it. It seems very small. I mean, it is only 330. Moody's, Google to explore using generative AI for financial insights. Why is Moody so they're partnering up with Moody's? Wasn't Moody's the first one to downgrade us? Now they're partnering up with Google to make recommendations. 3M puts the hedge. No, I would just buy more after. If it really gets clobbered, if it does like a Walgreens, just let it death spiral, and then it'll be yielding like 10% at that point. But usually, like, I think 3M is, let's be real. I mean, 3M alongside any of these like industrial plays, I have a really good feeling that unless they like really kill it with like great news, again, you have to use Netflix. I know some of you don't like Netflix, but I hope you can, just man up right now and just accept that was a really good earnings. Netflix did good as far as comparison, all of that. It's like unless companies are having a Netflix-esque report, I wouldn't be surprised to watch 3M go up 10% after earnings tomorrow and then end up break even by the end of the day or the next day. So that's the only problem. My long-term on sport, I like DraftKings a lot. I think DraftKings is the child that you thought wasn't going to do anything with his life because he smoked a lot of weed, and then he turned it into like a weed business and then just became really big in that because DraftKings is, I don't know how they're doing it, man. They used to spend a lot of money. They don't need to spend as much. They're growing users and like, the degeneracy culture is it's hitting, bro. It's hitting, but DraftKings is like, nah, man, it's fire. My line, you guys didn't win anything for me, so it was a good bet. But I won one lineup. I made my own. I just was doing random ones. It's okay. We'll try again. Let me see. FanDuel dominates for them. There's a lot of competition in the space. I mean, there's like, what the fuck is Prize Picks? Is it like some of you sent me a Prize Picks one, but I was like, isn't that like the YouTuber shit? Like, what the fuck is that? I don't even know what it is. Yeah, I made a lineup with Patrick Mahomes. Ain't none of you picked him. I don't think so. That was the only one. That one won $5. And then I did a $20 entry and I won $30. And then I made a lineup with Lamar Jackson and then Foreman. But then everybody else did trash. Cooper Kupp got 6 points. Marquise Brown, 7.9. Man, it was awful. You sold Redfin? Where the fuck did you get that conclusion? How did anything we say remotely resemble that, sir? No, I did not sell Redfin. I wouldn't buy it either, though. Again, I wouldn't buy it unless it goes to that $3 we got it at. Yeah, Jordan Love or Johnny Love. What was his name? I don't know. He was a fake NFL player. Still looking for him. Alleged quarterback. Schwab dying. A little bit. Again, all the banks here have just kind of gotten murked. Like, low-key, bro, big banks are down like 2% all of a sudden. I think that's the weird part. Rad has kind of a future, but I don't think it's a future as willing to bet on now. The risk to reward's a lot lower or higher, so if you've never had anything, it's still a gamble with a low likelihood, but it just all depends on the market and how the bankruptcy plays out. So there is ways it could go good for them, but, a lot of risk there. Again, they're going through a trial now to determine everything. Self-proclaimed quarterback. Yeah, we heard Biden said he was needed in the Situation Room, but again, I don't know if that meant anything. There was the Hamas headline right around here. There was a headline, Hamas said that we killed one of their senior leaders. I'm still in PayPal, yes. Still going a little lower. Again, you're barely red right now, 0.1%. NASDAQ is still green, but if we do keep dropping here, it could go a little lower. The 500 shares of RAD, ride it out. Is it worth it? I think it's worth it to ride it out. That's what I'm doing. Again, you have a lot of uncertainty that could get it moving, but unless the 250, if you could really assume that you could put that to better use, then you could go. But if you don't, I mean, I'd be down to ride it out. That's exactly what I'm doing. Puts on the Nvidia. I mean, I don't know. I think that CPU news is pretty big. If anything, I mean, what if they even give you guidance for it on the next up? ARM came down. I can't believe that even hit close to 52. Morgan Stanley for the long term. Nah, JP Morgan. I'm really glad we have JP Morgan, but that's like the only bank that I think is just going to own everything when it's all said and done. Shout out to the chat, indeed. NWO. Netflix still holding up. That was up in the morning. But how much time we got? 20 minutes left. Market's going down. Not everything, but the low ticker is somewhat dominating here. That's all you're seeing. I mean, SPY, NASDAQ, Dow. NASDAQ, the only one green. SPY barely red. Now you're back to 21 names red on the Dow, 9 names green. NASDAQ 100, 57 red, 44 green. So that's going back and forth literally all day. It's been more names red, more names green, more names red, more names green. So it's been going back and forth. And then S&P, 141 names green, and then 361 names in the red. So that's still shifting. But it feels like there's a lot of names on the low ticker. Market's still kind of gentle here, but other stuff, especially if it's news-related, tech earnings, it's doing somewhat better than not. But then again, a lot of things came off the top. Bonds still holding better. SPY, no more cushion. Only thing is NASDAQ. We'll see if that ends up green. And you have 20 minutes, 4217. Remember, 4200 flat, 4200. That is the death or come back to life point. Death or deviate? I don't know. You will eat bugs and own nothing. Well, thank you. All right. Paid for by fiat currency. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. We love you. What? Makes no sense. Are we closing lower than Friday? We could. 20 minutes, man. 20 minutes and a lot of tension. I feel like, just a gentle squeeze up. Bonds are holding. I mean, and anything could happen here. Ryan, damn, look at that. Now you're talking. He said, Ryan, we will be lucky if that is all. Dang, son. It got deeper. See, look at the chat, bro. Look at the chat. So I'm talking about Apple getting some action. I mean, everything's trying to move here. Get ready. I mean, final minutes, but my goodness, already a wild one. RTX, remember, they're down a lot, but they have to do good. You better hope to God that there is some upside from their last shitty earnings. D, mind. And then SPY right below VWAP. I mean, only down by 0.06. So this is all the struggle to either go green or stay at green, the fight for green. And we got 18 minutes left. They try to cancel Chappelle for making jokes about Israel-Palestine. I saw a little bit of it. I don't know what he said, but because he had an event with no phones. I guess I'm not the only person who does that. He had an event in Boston, and that you have to like put your phone in a box. But yeah, they try to cancel Dave at every single sensitive topic. Correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like Dave Chappelle has gone through every issue for like the last 20 or 30 years. So I usually like his takes. I don't know. I've kind of fell to the I support Dave Chappelle no matter what camp. Because usually, like, he's not like Kanye. He usually articulates himself very well. So, like, you could obviously know when he's being crude and joking. But, like, I think Dave Chappelle, always articulates very well, like, where he's at, what he stands for, again, what he represents. It's not like, he's just every time I don't know. I'm not saying he's an unfallible human, but I do think Chappelle usually is like, if anything, he's just like, he's offensive. Like, I can see that. Like, my mom don't like Dave Chappelle, but you know what I'm saying? But, like, I could definitely, like, I've listened to the guy a lot, and I agree with a lot of what he says every single time. And, like, even if I don't agree with him, I agree with how he says it. Because you could tell he actually cares, and he finds a way to navigate the whole difficulty of both making comedy and being honest while at the same time, like, he does give a shit. Ohio, baby, Ohio. You should listen to him. Listen to his like speeches he gives at like colleges and shit. Great guy. I think I've showed you something from Dave Chappelle before. Do I see myself in Dave Chappelle? No, not at all. No, I respect him highly, but no, I mean, I wish, but not really. But he's a very unique individual, and again, he's gone through a lot of different things. That I think his experience is very unique. Again, the time he got to grow up, the time he got to come up in, all of the people he knows, and how he was treated through all of it. Like, he's I think a very unique individual, but I don't know if I would see myself in Dave Chappelle. I would aspire to be like him in many ways, but I do think very just a unique guy, unique individual. I think it's hard for anybody to be like him. But then again, I've seen some people. I wonder if he sees any other of the past comedians in him, but you never know. You said he went piece of shit, full racist, dropped his entire comedy act when a Jewish audience member told him to shut up, and invited a pro-Hamas chant in the crowd. Know the details. So I don't know. I didn't, like I said, I did not get deep into this, but if that is what I will have to defend with Mr. Chappelle, I will verify and see what's up. But I mean, I wish we could see it. We don't. I don't know if there's just no video. So it's literally. Unfortunately, this is a weird situation once again. We're like, okay, so let's see it. Then we're like, no. But somebody says no. I don't know. Again, I'm fielding all sorts of responses, but there's on Twitter. Well, good thing the market's about to close. What do I type? Chappelle? Or free Chappelle? I typed in free Chappelle. I shouldn't have typed in free Chappelle. How do you see the video? Well, I need to vote. The video. Oh, bro. In better entertainment news, are you guys ready for this? Did you guys know that there's a new Left Behind? I watched it with my moms yesterday. You guys know I'm a big fan, especially some of y'all who are big fan of the Rapture. But y'all know there's a new Left Behind, bro, like a 2023 version, and it's like it's actually mine. It was really good. I only watched half of it. We had to go. I think my mom ended up watching it. Like she finished it, but I was like, I don't know if she stayed up that late. It was late, but oh, dude, no Kirk Cameron, bro. It's good. It has like actors you've seen before in the damn. It's so weird. It's 2023, bro, and it's like a modern twist on it all, and it's like it actually is. I was very surprised. Even my mom was like, "Wow, they made it modern." Go look it up on Amazon. It's not Nicolas Cage. No, that was the other one. There's a newer one. It was made in 2023. There was one made this year. I think it's called Rise of the Antichrist. Oh, yeah. That's for all the Jesus lovers out there. 97% on Rotten. No way. It's ranked that highly on Rotten Tomatoes. Oh, dude. Go watch it. It's good. I'm halfway through. I love it though. I've told you about the old movies, bro, but like it's a new one. My mom loved it. I got my mom to sit and watch this. I think she was like, she loved it. It's just so weird because it's the story of the books and all that, same character names and everything else, but it's just like it's modern. It's like new. It's so weird. No one knows his name, but everybody loves Neil McDonough. Is that? I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah, bro, it's exactly who I was talking about when I was like, you've seen him before, but you don't know. I love this guy, and I don't know. It's the first time I've read his name. Neil McDonough, or McDonough. It's called Left Behind, The Rise of the Antichrist, I think. It's on Amazon. Yeah, bro, I never knew it. Yeah, that's the dude. So he's like been in a bunch of things. You've seen him before. But yeah, he's always the bald guy. I don't know. Dude, I've seen him my whole life, I feel like. What time? 10-minute rigged. Whoop! The market on close was small, so we'll see. Egypt's extra news TV shows show footage of two captives by Hamas being transferred to ambulances at Rafah crossing. He's in everything. He's literally in everything. Oh, the religious one on Netflix. I forgot the name of it. I'll see it if I know it. The one with the dad and then the daughter or something. Oh, what was that called? It was super corny and then it was so good. I thought it was going to be the corniest thing ever. $2.3 billion to the sell side? No, not taken. No, not the fall. Man, nah, screw y'all, bro. It's funny because that joke is so funny, but like, I really like, that's the problem with the world, bro. Have you ever seen a movie clip on TikTok? Right? It's a movie clip on TikTok, and it'll be a good movie, and you'll go to the comments to see what movie it is, and the first 100 comments are all just lies about it, and they're all upvoted. I'm like, man. No, it's called like The Moment. I think it's called The Moment or I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm going to remember it. Somebody will remember it. I've watched movies in 32 takes. I have too, dude. I'm not going to lie to you. That and police chases. Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I've been watching mad police chases. I don't know. Maybe that's where my one thought came from. I had that one very intrusive thought when I was pulled over to run. But like, I've been watching mad police chases, bro. Some of these guys are hella crafty. My goodness. And these motherfuckers in Hellcats, holy shit, bro. Some of them, I'm like applauding them. I'm like, don't run from the police. But I'm like, how do you do that? Wow. Bro, I saw one guy, bro. Oh, the craziest. The guy, you know what he did? The guy was like swerving in the car. He was like juking, like just on the freeway, just like going left, right, like steering hella jerky. And then he sees like an exit coming up and he puts his left turn signal on. He puts his left turn signal on and then skates off to the right exit. And the cop just gets left, ankles broken, bro. Just like, oh, I was like, that's the most 1,000 IQ shit I've ever seen in my life. He hit him with the false signal. It worked. I was like, damn, that's crazy. Yeah, all the while bobbing and weaving in a vehicle. I was like, man, I don't know, man. I don't know. I might have to get you a compilation of my best cop chases and commentate them for you, so y'all see some of them. Oh man, I used to like it when they used to be like, I know my rights. I'm a sovereign citizen. But that shit got old. Now I'm just like, fuck it. Let's see their 40-yard dash. Let's see what they got. Yeah, and that's it. It got me. I don't know. That one it was a guy in a Maserati. A guy in a Maserati Ghibli. That's all I know about that police chase. They don't really have like headline names to it. I wish, but they don't name them the same way. You've been watching Cops on Fox Business at night. Why am I not surprised they play Cops on Fox Business at night? I didn't know that's where you could watch it. That's crazy. Of course, Fox, they like, and now for our 80th season of Cops live in action. Then you got a MyPillow commercial in between. Feels like home. Feels like the gym, actually. You need some energy going into close. I think I got some good energy. I mean, I got a little bit more, but actually, that being said, I mean, we're almost getting to the new guy moment. So in a little bit, I'll give you guys an update on the earmuffs and all that. But, you know, we're good to go, baby. We're good to go. VRTX. I don't think they advertise Viagra on Fox. I mean, speaking of which, I think now would be a good time to tell you guys, are you aware of how much the U.S. government spends on Viagra every year? So that's just another thing to throw into the conversation. But I could definitely see a gold ad. That and then something for your joints. Always something for your joints. Hardly aware. Yeah, it's true. I think they spend like 20 to 40 million a year just on Viagra for like government use. Yeah. It's not like this is, I wish this was a lie or a joke, but like, this is America. All right, so Chad, here's the deal. New guy's going to come on. I don't know how some of you are feeling. Looks like NASDAQ may still hold the green. I mean, this is all pretty wild. What a wild day. Bonds are still holding up, man, but he's going to be really loud, and we want to make sure you guys all have a good experience. So when I say earmuffs, that is your cue to mute your speakers because it gets really loud in here. We've had reports of eardrums bleeding. We've had reports of undiagnosed or dormant baby back bitch recirculating at the moment. I don't want to trigger anything, so just watch out for it. And we want to make sure you have a good experience. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your sign to mute your speakers. Listener discretion is advised. But it is, you know, it's for your own good, man. It's for your own good. But make sure you drop that GG too. Don't forget. But either way, you'll be good. You'll be good. Military Times data from the Defense and Health indicate that the Department of Health or Defense spent $41.6 million on Viagra and $84 million total on drugs for erectile dysfunction in 2014. Yeah, okay, so it's a little old. I don't know what the modern numbers are. Maybe those numbers, they upped them. But yeah, not bad. Not bad. Thanks for the fact check. We in there. But Chad, earmuffs. Earmuffs, ladies and gentlemen. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description, that's going to be your nightly watch list of main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 71 degrees, looking a little bit cloudy or overcast, but not too bad of a day. Kind of sounds like the market's bonds up, but market could not hold any of that cushion, and now you have a bunch of earnings on the way. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Chatadonia, bring it home. Bonds good. Dollar good. Market no good. Rest of the world kind of a mixed bag. NASDAQ is say good. Don't worry. Earnings, you have them on the way. Tomorrow, Microsoft, Google. You wake up to Coca-Cola, 3M, Spotify, GE, and RTX. And I think a couple of more. So Chatadonia, you have remaining 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You opened off Monday with a bang. There's a lot going on. We're going to see if the bonds continue or not. It's not going to be an easy answer. You got all the earnings, less than 30 seconds. Finalize them all. You have news from CNN saying intelligence shows Iranian-backed militias are ready to ramp up their attacks against forces in the Middle East. 10 seconds remaining. Again, a lot of headlines. Bill Ackman covered the bonds. That was probably the biggest story. You have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go, baby. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I need a GG. It don't matter what happened. Don't matter who you are. You did it. Let's go. Drop that good game, baby. Members, not members, stream alerts. Everybody holding it down. That's what I'm talking about. I need it from everybody. Think you're the best chat in the world? I need a GG. You a baby back bitch? I need a GG. Prove you're not a real demon. Maybe you are a real demon. I need a GG. So you have more respect for more than one person. Just one person. One soul out there. I need it. It's good sportsmanship, baby. Good game. That's how you play. Everybody contributing, holding it down. Members, non-members, stream alerts. That's what I'm talking about, baby. GG, good game. I see you too, Twitch. Hey, man, I hope you know we stronger as one. Way to hold it down. Everybody. Plays, news, contribution, positivity. Momentum mori, baby. Let's go. More Foxy. God bless you. That's how you play, baby. 7 hours. Welcome to Monday.
Everyone got like the business that does what they don't mean a lot. And my money on stocks, I can show you the top. Every bottom I pop, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Oh, all I do is die, bullet, gummy, feeling like I'm. Honestly, though, Chad, I can leave you this. I don't know which one, but I can leave you with one. But Chad, I have to get going. That's the day. I have a schedule today. I got to get some things knocked out. I don't know if I'm going to have early or late watch list, but that was our day. As much as I wanted, I'm going to run. Maybe we'll run one after, but let me tell you, thank you for being here. And thank you for your time today. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something. I hope you got some ARM news very, very early. And above all else, I hope you had a smile on your face and enjoyed the community and got informed with all of the crazy that is going on in the world. So thank you for being here, especially if you showed love, like the video, a lot of donations, the memberships, bro. Y'all were showing out today. So I hope you had a great start to the week because we have a lot more work to do and it's been there. But without the community, I'm telling you, this day flew by. So thank you for spending your time with me. It was absolutely amazing. So God bless all of you, everybody who has held it down, all of the members, non-members, stream alerts. It does not matter who you are. But like I've said, man, are you showing respect